Lions Den in the building.
Yeah. I roll with these lions, don't try out no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air, most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators, leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You are the gas, we be filling up. I roll with these lions, don't try out no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air, most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators, leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You are the gas, we be filling up. It's hard to debate with these bars, cause most of these niggas we really don't trust. Coming live on the screen, they lie on the meme, so fuck a lie. Take a walk, then they shoot. Wanted that shit might be rude. You ain't even paying dues. How the fuck you think you prove shit? This don't make the news. Body left, but ain't no clue that just what happened when you snooze. Keep your dap, don't fuck with you. I keep on hearing the possibly want that smoke. But every time I see that nigga keep saying he don't know, bitch, this gon' make it. No, JJ set up that little show just so we can see him. Frog, croak, Neo, be on gold, that's for sure. Last time I seen the boy, he was copping deuces. Yeah, back up on the scene, but he was not with Rufus. I roll with these lions, no tiger, no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air, most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators, leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You are the gas, we be filling up. I roll with these lions, no tiger, no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air, most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators, leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You are the gas, we be filling up. Most of these niggas be geeking, they really want clout. Soon as they hearing my shit, they switching their style, they really too wild. I guess I'm really the shit. You niggas right here, you really a bitch. Ryan be up in this bitch, you really a bitch, so you be jumping from click to click, don't make me blick to the blick. Green dots on the shit. We go hard, you don't want it. On my squad, you don't want it. Y'all niggas ain't got no money, I'm saying. That BVS, you ain't even got no fish. No. Diamond dash, brown and neck, full of fish. Niggas is fresh. Water dripping off me like a faucet. Hold just lost. Lions, that's my team. We live too awesome. Call it boss. And what you mean? I mean everything. You may call it floss. Shout out to Ratchet Crib, my nigga. No, never say I'm flawless. I roll with these lions, no tigers, no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air, most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators, leaving their brains up. Lions, no tigers, no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air, most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators, leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You are the gas, we be filling up.
You there? I want you to go. Can you hear? What? Well, he's playing the intro.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
What's going on, Ryan? Dan? I'm just here to, straighten out some more of the lies tonight with Karima and Apostle. And we're supposed to have a bill, but Chief X is postponed it to a later date. So I was just going to bring out some information that I have for y'all. And Karima has the videos for y'all, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to just go ahead and jump into that and hear the reason why I'm here. Or, Karima, would you rather me not deal with that until, because I don't think he's going to want to deal with that at all. So I think we should go ahead and deal with that.
No, we're not going to deal with it. You just basically just let them know what you want to discuss. And then we're going to introduce the panel. Yeah.
No. Indigenous. No, bring it out.
No.
Bring it out.
We're going to listen because, there's too much misinformation out here. And these are some of the topics that a lot of people don't even know what we're talking about when you bring it up, And so this is just another one that's, that needs to be said needs to be done. You know, like I said, I'm not. Thank God for the opportunity. Thank God for Lions Den. Thank God for my brother Apostle and E and everybody else on the panel. If I don't mention your name, I'm sorry. I don't remember your name, but I thank you. And you know, let's go ahead and hop into it because you know what I'm saying. I don't like to be long winded and I don't like to waste time.
Okay, so yeah, please hit the like if you like the video. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. And I just want to let the brother know that this platform, the Lions Den, is for everybody. Ain't nobody here trying to ambush nobody. You know, everybody have a fair chance. I'm not in the discussion. Ain't nobody else is gonna be in the discussion. We just trying to be able to have you and him build. We want you to hear and understand where he's coming from. So I want him to have an opportunity to explain to you where he's coming from, so it won't be no miscommunication about what he's trying to say. So hopefully you can hear him now, and you can deal with it later on as far as you know what y'all
You,
want to build
you,
on.
you know what, Karima? I wanted to say something real quick before the brother, before he get into his topic. You and JJ, y'all have the platform the last 6 months. Y'all have grown so much, and you know, I respect y'all for that. You know, salute and shalom for that.
Appreciate you. This your platform, and like I said, this is his platform. This ain't we ain't no tag team. Even though you know, um, Apostle, you know he is number one, just like everybody else. But you are welcome to be a Lions Den member too. Everybody is welcome. Nobody, we don't jump in and interfere in nobody's discussion or debate. It's on you and them. So this is your home too. So hopefully you can jump on.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. JJ, he always look out. He always look out. He always will send me a little text or something, you know, on the side, and like we about to go
Right,
live. Whoop
right. No,
whoop, bop the
I'm
bam.
talking to Chief X. I'm talking to Chief X.
Okay,
So
my
yeah.
bad, my bad,
So,
my bad.
So I don't want him to feel like nobody's, you know, we over here trying to tag team or ambush. We don't know nothing. We just basically want both of y'all to, you know, discuss the topic that y'all trying to bring out. So I don't want him to think that, you know, that we over here as a tag team debate league trying to tag him on a conversation because I know he wasn't aware of what the topic was and he couldn't hear. So like I said, I want the brother Indigenous to pretty much, you know, inform him of what he wants to discuss with him about. And I don't want you to bring too much of your information out because he's not here to defend it. I just want you to pretty much, you know, go over it, what you want to talk to him about. And then we can move on to the open discussion with the panel.
All right. Yeah. You know, like I said, this is from like a year ago, a little over a year ago. These are the conversations that we was having, you know, and like I said, the first one when I showed where we had the conversation with Unbiased Announce, the same scenario. We were having Chief X defending the schools over the prison, you know, over the parents, and I got upset. And you know, like I said, this is over a year ago now. This is not nothing new. This is a year ago, but you know, I've been trying to get a debate. You know, he challenged me to a debate. I challenged him to a debate. So I was trying to get it popping by playing the nonsense that spewed out of his mouth on these videos. And I'm not going to be saying nothing. I'm just going to let him talk. And then, you know, like I said, the first part is like 344:19 to 402:36. And then we can, you know, go from there, listen to that, and we stop it and comment right there, you know, at the end of that, because, you know, like I said, this is stuff that a lot of people might not even know what we're talking about, but if you do, it'll give you a better understanding. And I was going to go deep all the way to the origins of, because he's, you know, saying that schools don't send kids away and they're good and all this other stuff, in my opinion. So I wanted to show him from the inception of the public system in America how it has been corrupt and why he thinks that they're our friend today when they got you know, old ass men dressed up as Powerpuff Girls, going in there reading to our kids, and they are not teachers. Why are you in the school? Why is this shit happening if schools are so great? Why are they pushing hypersexuality and talking about, private parts in books in elementary school? And I mean explicitly. I got those videos too, but I didn't want to bring them because they're too graphic. It's a preacher. He's talking to the school board, talking about how they letting these books come into the damn library. And then he's gonna sit up here and act like the schools ain't bad, and they're just like the rest of them, whatever they're going with, science. If they say science ain't bad, they never did anything wrong to us. And then you explain to them what they did, and they still stay stuck on the same stupid shit. But I'm here to enlighten and bring some light to this subject that needs to be talked about too. These are things that needs to be talked about. So, like I said, I'll cut Chief X's part short, but I just want y'all to hear what was said.
Okay.
That's what
Unbiased talk.
the bill.
You more than welcome to come on the platform because we actually trying to use a sample of your video. Do you have time to come on? But go ahead, introduce yourself, Neil. Huh?
I was just saying, I was agreeing with you. Come on up, Unbiased, if you got time.
Yes, please. And Anil, go ahead.
Oh yeah, this Neo Love, Neo One Love, artist, producer, debater from time to time. We do our thing over here at the Lions Den. I'm just here really, trying to see, trying to witness the build, see what y'all building on, and see what direction y'all heading in.
Yeah. Well, look forward to
And also, you want to respond to Zion?
Yeah, I did want to touch on that briefly, but I do that when they get theirs out the way, unless you want me to do it now.
Yeah, no, when they get theirs, when he get his out the way.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be.
Excuse me, La Heifer. I think it's no better time than time right now, because honestly, I'd like to hear what Neil had to say about Zion. I would love to. He might not get this opportunity later.
No,
He
we
might have to
is. He about to that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna open it up so he can say what he had to say because I'm the one that send him the link. So I really want him to respond a
I
little bit
like
to
to hear what he got to say.
Yeah.
I heard what Zion said earlier. So yeah, hey,
Yeah. So yeah, E.
Got to be starting some. Got to be starting some. Got to be starting some. Got to be just getting like JJ.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, what you say?
Introduce yourself again, and then tell the people where they can find you, and we gonna get this started.
Who you talking about, me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's I usually go by E-Bizzle, but it's Big Dog, tonight. And shout out to Karima, JJ from Chicago. I'm out here in Chicago, so much respect to everybody on the panel. Shalom and peace to everybody. And that's about it.
Apostle.
Yeah, this is greetings. Shalom, shalom. This is Apostle coming to you from Hilton Head, South Carolina, by way of Washington, D.C., home of the Washington Commanders. Did y'all hear the news today? That Congress just voted that the Commanders can come back home. Hallelujah. We coming back to D.C. No more Landover. Fellas, y'all hear me? The burgundy and gold is on its way back to D.C. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. As I'm on my way to Tennessee, yes, sir, Lee, Apostle just bought him 10 acres. 10, somebody say 10? 10 acres in Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, up in the mountains of
what they call the rolling hills of Tennessee. Yes, sir. I got water on the property. I got a creek on the property. I got flat land on the property. Oh, have mercy. Say, the Most High has surely blessed. So we're going to fill it up with some sheep and some lambs and some goats. Israel, hear me. If not next Sabbath, if not the next Shabbat, excuse me, the next Pesach, the following Pesach, you will be able to get your sheep and your lamb and your goats. From why? Because why going to have all the sheep, all the lamb, and goats you need. Okay? If you want some chicken, want to have that too. All right? Fresh meat right off the farm. But that's okay. We talking next year. But I'm here today to support my brother, Chief X, nothing personal. But bring your behind on back up in here, man. Let's get this done. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, this is Indigenous from Virginia, and I'm just, what I'm saying, I'm just trying to straighten out some wrongs and enlighten the community on some of the things that's happening, because, like I said, these things need to be talked about and they're not. So, I kind of had a feeling that Chief X was going to run from this part of the bill. He wants to come in like it's new information, but we're going to go by what he said today. So, if Kareem is ready, then you can start the video.
Go ahead, introduce yourself real quick, Zion, before I start the video.
Smush gang, baby.
Trouble!
Smush gang, baby. Yo, y'all already know what it's hitting for. What's good, Neo Love? What's good, baby? What's going on, homeboy? What's going on, homeboy?
Trouble! In the words of Bernie Mac himself.
You keep on running in and out of the debates. Keep running. You keep on running. Wrote a song about it, like the hit go. Anyway, let's keep moving. He don't want no smoke. He know I smushed his head in. It is what it is.
All right. Can we start, Kareem? Can we start it up now?
Can't hear you, Kareem.
I was setting it at the mark that it's supposed to. It's going to be a little bit early, but it's going to lead into that part that you need to listen to. So I'm about to play it.
And 402.36 is the stopping point. So if you can get close to that, that'll be perfect. Thank you, sis.
The video I did on YouTube was my ex-girlfriend named Dana. She's a special ed teacher with LA Unified School District, right? So we understand about kids, right? I forgot my goddamn point. but like Umar I worked at Vista Del Mar Child and Family Services with level 14 kids. These are the kind of kids you got to take down to the floor and you do part training. These kind of kids can't be in group homes or foster care because they're really bad. They'll spit on the staff, they'll fight the staff, they'll break goddamn windows. So they have these type of kids in treatment facilities, okay? So I worked at Vista Del Mar for a year and we had to take these kids down. These kids have to have meds or they'll go berserk. Okay. So when Dr. Umar Johnson is spouting this shit about these kids don't need meds and they trying to make these kids dumb and make, it's straight bullshit. These kids literally have mental defects. They were born with mental issues from the womb. A lot of them are crack babies, heroin babies, and they have serious mental problems. We've done work on these kids and we say, okay, they refuse meds tonight. Okay. So we see in the next 2 or 3 days for them refusing meds, their behavior gets out of whack and we got to take them down to the floor. With the meds, they're fine. So Umar don't understand kids and meds and psychiatrists. Psychiatrists aren't psychologists.
I'm sorry.
Psychiatrists
I'm sorry.
recommend
I'm
meds
sorry.
for kids. Okay.
Well, I will.
Can we stop? This is Lynn's bill. This is Indigenous Black man's bill. But I'm going to speak as a parent, and I'm only going to be 5 seconds. As a parent with a 44-year-old son, when he was 5 years old, 6 years old, I allowed that white bastard to convince me to put my son on Ritalin when there was nothing wrong with him. I allowed them to put my son on the Ritalin, which fucked my son up.
I'm sorry to hear
They
that.
talking about crack baby. They know a crack baby at birth because the mother has a crack addiction. And it don't take years. There's no way a child that's born as a crack baby 5, 6, 7 years later still should be suffering. I am an addiction specialist. I know. I worked in the position of treatment, of getting people from jail to treatment. Because their problem wasn't a criminal problem. It's an addiction problem, which is a mental, spiritual, and medical issue. I got many people out of jail in the city of Baltimore and in recovery. People that are dual diagnosed. That's what I did. Voluntarily for years, giving back to society. Because I was drug addicted from the ages of 12 to 22 on heroin, BAM, and cocaine. BAM is a diet pill that was sold on the streets of DC for $20 a pop. IB. A little pill that controlled fat people, discouraged their appetite, and helped them lose weight.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, Kareem.
Very needy and necessary.
Well, I will say, while I definitely agree that rhetoric was very dangerous, I do have to give him a little credit because I feel like he exaggerated data, right? So I do feel like, and it ain't even a field, it's studies on this, that in Black schools and in Black.
You wanted to go up to 6, what?
402
Uh,
to
okay.
402.
Communities in urban areas, children that display certain behaviors, kids that may get called to the principal's office or considered disruptive in class, they're evaluated for mental health issues and placed in referred to medication more frequently than white kids who display the same behavior.
Go ahead.
And so while that is a fact, I think he took that and made it into they're trying to make your kids slow, dumb, this and the third. Now, I'm not saying that the kids that were medicated didn't need to be medicated, but there is evidence that shows that Black people are more likely, well, young Black boys in particular, are more likely to be termed slow or needing medication or, needing a mental evaluation more likely than white kids who display the same behaviors.
Now, let me just say this, Amber. I totally understand how you think that and how you believe that, but I do disagree. I think, and I would suggest that you watch the video on my YouTube page. If you type in Chief X and Dana, it'll pop up. It's on my page, right?
Well, it ain't just me. I mean,
I understand.
Yeah.
Let me help you out. I'm very familiar. We did a whole video on this. I've spoken about this for a long time. I just want to help you out a little bit. So I know people think and feel that, but white kids, by percentage, are put on meds and things more so often than Black kids. But let me just say this: the med issue and kids get on meds, it's approved by the parents. Parents are solely responsible for okaying their kids' issue and saying, yes, let's go with these meds. The parents know their kids. The parents are in every meeting and conference and talk, whatever. And these Black kids in the inner cities are acting a goddamn fool in class, like for real. And we always excuse them, you know what I mean? We have the most behavior problems in these schools, right? And acting fool, fighting, hyperactive or whatever. Now, some say we may need different teaching techniques, you know what I mean? But these kids are literally fucking up in school, and I will not excuse that. And it's the parents who say, yes, this is what they need. They go to these IIP meetings and tell the teachers that he's a problem at home, and they push this stuff to the teachers and staff, okay? So if grandma and mama can't handle them, how in the hell they expect the school to handle them? So they put these kids on meds. We're disproportionate, and I don't think we're disproportionately, the white kids are on them more, but this is the thing, they have this.
Well, I'm not talking about who's.
Let me just finish this last sentence.
Yeah,
they have this prison, they say school to prison.
To prison pipeline.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That same thing Black folks started, and Afrocentrics and this Black power shit and victimhood mentality shit started. That's a bunch of bullshit. Schools get credit and get praise for graduating students and students having good grades. So they're not trying to put no kids in prison. That's a bunch of bullshit. It's really a parent to prison pipeline, because it's the fucked up parents who's driving these kids to prison by bad parenting. It's not the school at all. So the Black community needs to change that victimhood talk. It's erroneous.
Well, here's the difference in what you're saying and what I'm saying. So I'm not talking about kids that actually end up on medication. I'm saying schools can refer children to get evaluations or do in-house evaluations if they have someone there to do it. What I'm saying is the data shows that in Black schools, the school is more likely to be the impetus for these evaluations.
That's what they say the data says. That's not true.
In white schools, and I'm not just going by what the data says or what people says it says. I actually researched it myself. So the data says that. Now, I'm not saying that white parents don't take. Now, I personally am a fan of Black people, not saying that they should disregard what the school is saying, because as you said, people know their kids. Me personally, I wouldn't use a school evaluation though. I would take my child to a private provider to get that evaluation, which is what I think white parents are doing. They're not utilizing the school's resources. Even if the school refers them, they're going outside
Well, I'll
using
tell you,
somebody
I'll
private.
tell you this. My sister's a RN nurse, and her son, which is my nephew, is on meds for his problems in school. He doesn't come on meds unless my sister okays it.
Right.
She okays it because she knows for a fact that he is actually literally problematic. It's not
Can
just
I
some made up shit.
can
Okay.
I ask you a question?
So any kids, what I'm saying is any kids on meds is okayed by the parent. So maybe we need to start looking at the parent.
Right. And that's what a lot of Umar's message is saying, though. He's saying y'all allowing the kids to evaluate allowing schools to evaluate these kids, and you're okaying them to be put on meds
Because the
without
parent
getting
knows they're not
section
okaying them for no reason. They're okaying them because they know their kid is bad as hell. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Can I ask you something? A friend of mine down here in Florida, her son was said to be a problem child in school, and they refer the son to the school. They refer the son to some psychiatrist or psychologist.
Before you finish, Stu, please.
Yeah.
You're gonna bring up exception to the rules. And
No. It's not. No.
There may be some faulty situations going on in the world.
No.
I'm just saying in general, no kid goes on meds without parent approval.
No. I'm not trying to disprove it. I'm not trying to disprove you with anything. I'm just asking this situation. So, like, it was recommended that the child go on meds.
Right.
And it was explained to the mother after they went to the psychologist. And at first, the mother disagreed, but the school didn't want the child to come to school unless the child went on the meds that was recommended by the psychologist. Is that a possibility, or was she misled?
That could be a possibility, but goddamn, the school don't want no problem kid. They don't want no kid stabbing another kid in the head with a pencil. This is happening. Okay, I mean, they're doing the best to keep the peace. These schools don't even have police at them. So all this stuff, prison pipeline is a bunch of malarkey, is what I'm trying to tell you. I've worked in the school district, and I work in LA. I've worked in LA Unified School District. This is the city of cities. So if you need a real example, I got it for you. Trust me in what I'm trying to tell you and my wisdom on this. These black kids are fucking up. And we just making excuses for them.
So I said
No. Stop. Let me ask you a question again. So you said the kids. Isn't this a parental issue? Wouldn't it be a parental issue?
Yeah, but if it's a good kid, there's no school's gonna recommend no meds for no good kid.
Shit.
But why
and no parents gonna allow their good kid to be on meds. Anybody on meds deserves to be on meds 99% of the time. Now, you can find 1 out of 100 where he didn't deserve it, but I'm just saying in general, kids on meds deserve to be on meds.
Is meds the solution? That I'm asking.
Well, I mean, there could be other options, but that would be up to the parent.
No. Wait, no. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna chime in at. So you have alternative doctors out there. That's all the minority. A lot of them white. I don't know if they conspiracy theorists, weirdos. I don't know, but you got the minority of doctors out there that believes there's some health alternative, some dieting things that's a better solution than medication, right? For ADHD, in this case specifically. So now they also believe, like Umar, that ADHD can be treated a different way than medication, right? But unlike Umar might be the only person on earth that believes that ADHD is caused by, first of all, it's not real.
Never died in a home.
Right, exactly. First of all, he don't believe it's real. He thinks it's a false, diagnosis, and
that's dangerous.
Right, and I believe he's the only person on earth saying that. No weird white doctor even saying that much. And then he's saying that this because
I've actually heard other people say that though.
No. I'm gonna tell you what doctors listen. Y'all say y'all did your research and things, fine. I did my research in this one.
There may be a fringe doctor, but 99% of doctors.
There are some doctors that disagree with the medication, but they acknowledge ADHD as being real. Okay. And they have a health like alternative dieting or sleep more, something like that, like a more natural, organic way of dealing with it. Umar denies it altogether. Okay.
He's supposed to be like somebody in the expert, whatever. And so he denies it altogether. He's just saying it's just a kid rebelling because their father's not home. He's the only person saying that.
like unbiased. I used to work at a place called
Hey,
William
Kareem,
Wilson
hold on
School
for a
just
second.
1 year. It's a place for mentally undeveloped.
Yeah. Where we at now? What's the time on there? I can't hear.
It's 3:56.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we can move on to 409 if you want. 409-23, because this is where I come in. But you know, you heard twice Chief X says that it doesn't exist, right? So that's all we can. I don't want to keep on beating a dead horse. You know, we still had a couple minutes left, but I appreciate that. But yeah, if we could go to 409-23, sis, I appreciate you.
Indigenous, can you hold on for a second?
Yeah.
I want to speak to Karima, and I'm not going to just be. I'm going to be kind of like in code, but it just came to me. Karima, have you ever seen the Steve Harvey program when it talks about a kid by the name of Jeremiah?
It sounds familiar.
Jeremiah is my little cousin, and he's a chef now. He went overseas, and they gave him a grant to learn how to become a chef. He has Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's.
Not Alzheimer's.
Down syndrome. He got Down syndrome.
Down syndrome.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to meet him and his mother?
Yeah.
I can hook that up for you.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Apostle. You say that's your cousin?
That's my little cousin. And his sister is also
Yeah,
a
he's a
performer.
little famous. The Down syndrome guy, he do shows with another guy, and he go on tour with the guy. He's a little
Yeah,
dark
he
skinned
wrote a
with Down
book when he
syndrome.
was 6 years old. I Am Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And his sister is Maya Milan, the singer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, out of Atlanta. That's his sister.
I wanted to ask IBM something real quick.
Kareem, I'm gonna hook that up for you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay. Her name is Simone, Jeremiah's mother.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna hook that up for you. I'm gonna get y'all together and let y'all talk.
Okay, cool. Once we go back to the video, but I wanted to ask IBM, what are you what you trying to get out the video?
Well, like I said, Chief is saying that the school to prison pipeline doesn't exist. You heard him say it twice already.
Okay.
All right, now I'm about to come in and I'm gonna give my contention. We can listen to that a little bit, and then I've got other videos that I wanted to show to back up my claim. You know.
Okay, yeah. I know we've been watching this for a little bit. You know, I've been watching, listening in. I'm just trying to see where where you trying to come at. So
yeah.
I just wanted to, it's getting, it's starting to drag a little bit.
Yeah. Well, see,
okay.
it goes on with me, man.
Like I said at the beginning, this is to prove what Chief X said. Put it out there and see if he wanted to talk about it. And I guess JJ didn't, he didn't know, so he didn't present it to him right, I guess. So he took off. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it myself. I'm gonna go ahead and do what I was gonna do if he was here, or whether he's here or not.
Yeah.
Okay. No disrespect, brother. I'm just trying to say I'm just trying to get where you going at.
I'm getting ready to come in right now, so that's the whole point. I just wanted to get context on what was said. Give context on what was said, so then that way we can, like I said, once I go into my build on my videos and show you how all that shit is wrong and how all this shit has been manipulated from the beginning of the inception of the public school system in America has been fucked up, and then now all of a sudden he's acting like these schools aren't, bad. They good. They don't do no wrong. They ain't gonna run no kids. They can have Powerpuff Girls at 60-year-old grown ass men going into schools.
That's
reading to the
fucked up.
kids. It ain't no goddamn teachers. They ain't no fucking teachers. So what you doing reading in a Powerpuff outfit, nigga?
Right.
No, I feel, yeah. I just wanted to, I want to get to your presentation. You know what I'm saying?
So let me say this, E.
Wait, hold on.
My 44-year-old son told me 20 years ago, Pop, why did you put me on that medication?
Mm-hmm.
So now my 25-year-old son now, when they came to me talking about medication, I said, hell no. He the only one of my 3 kids that graduated in the 12th grade, straight through school. The son they put on Ritalin graduated 2 years late.
You know what? That's real talk, Apostle, because you know what? That's real talk, Apostle, because I was talking to my son, Deontay, the other day, and I had my kids when I was young, you know what I'm saying? But he 25 and my daughter, she's 20, Ariana, she's 20. But real talk, man, that's real talk. Man, that medication, man, you just can't jump out the window and put your kids on medication.
Yeah. My son,
you can't do it.
It made a zombie out of it.
Yeah.
He couldn't stay woke.
Yeah.
It operated in the opposite. Instead of waking him up, it put him to sleep. Because he didn't need it.
Real talk.
You heard Chet Williams talking about his son in that stand up where he said his son would run around all the time, just keep running, and they put him on that medicine.
Also, really.
Yeah.
Running. Bias is here, so I want him to introduce himself.
Hey, peace to the. You can hear me?
You, man.
Peace to the panel. Everybody.
My boy.
I'm just listening. Hey, Apostle or
Yes,
Indigenous, either one of you. Do you guys believe ADHD is a real thing or no?
Yeah, I just don't believe every child. I don't believe every child that they want to diagnose in the Black community has that disease.
Okay.
Or has that issue.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to know that. That's all.
I'm biased. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, E?
Man, what's up? What's good with you, bro?
Listening, it's an interesting conversation. Yeah, I had fell asleep that night, so I never heard you and Chief go at it. So I'm just like really interested to see what you guys were talking about, so I could decide who was right, who was wrong, just for me.
My wife suffers from bipolar. She has to take medication.
Right. Okay, I'm with you then.
I recognize that. That's her issue.
Yeah.
But that has nothing. My other son has nothing to do with my wife.
Yeah.
He has a different mother.
Yeah, I kind of agree somewhat where you're going. Like bipolar is something that's more concrete, and ADHD can be a misdiagnosis. So I'm with you on that.
When teachers are making these decisions and not doctors.
Yeah.
And see, I didn't have the information 40 years ago that I have now. You understand? My kids is 44, 34, and 25. So when they pulled that shit with my 25-year-old, I knew better.
Yeah. I mean, and I want to go into a little bit of how they pushed all that. But right now, if we can get back.
Yeah, I want to hear your Florida pipeline argument.
409-23. What'd you say, Unbiased?
Yeah, I just want. Yeah, I'm with E. Eric. I'm like really want to hear your argument and Chief X's argument.
Yeah. All right. Kareem, are you there?
And peace, Sister Kareem.
Let's go.
Yeah, good hearing from you, Unbiased.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for
likewise.
coming out. Thanks
it's
for
a good
coming
panel. It's very peaceful.
It's your panel. It's everybody's panel. Just know that.
Yep.
take your meds.
Right.
What's up, everybody?
That's
What's going on? I wanted to address Chief X on the school to prison pipeline. We did not create that.
Okay. I didn't say we created that.
You said the parents created that, not the school.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
All right, well, let's talk about this.
Okay,
The ACLU is committed.
And this is black man. We're having a conversation. It's okay. It's not a debate.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I just wanted.
I understand, but listen, this is what I'm saying. So just slow down. If I'm saying I didn't say that and I didn't say that, then the next thing is we'll clarify. What did you mean? And then I clarify, and then we can have an adult conversation because everybody knows what it means. Would you like me to clarify, or do you want to just go ahead?
I'll feel you, but there's also a thing called time. There's also a thing. I'm going. There's also a thing called a timeline too. So you can check that out. But I'm not being. I just want to say that because that was wrong. And I want just a couple other points. Hold on, just let me finish talking.
No, I am. I'm asking you what was
wrong. It says what's at stake. Okay, the ACLU is committed to challenging the school to prison pipeline, a disturbing national trend wherein youth are funneled out of public schools and into juvenile and criminal legal systems. Okay, it's a real thing. It's not, and it is real. Okay, it's not an imaginary thing either. And I addressed these when I had a meeting for my son, who was on the honor roll, and in ninth grade, probably the best quarterback they had, one of the best basketball players that they had, and then they started saying it was the group that he hung around. That was the only excuse that they used on why they started, excluding him from the teams and giving him problems in class. And then also the privatization of schools. That was what I dealt with at the school that I worked at in West Virginia for young boys. These kids didn't have problems. They were just, like you said, they had attitude issues and stuff like that. They weren't mentally ill. We also have a school around here for that also. But I worked at there, and I noticed one thing that I did notice when I was working there was that the kids who the state was paying for, and the kids whose parents was rich and just dropped them off and, couldn't deal with them and just would pay every month. Those kids was mainly the ones who was, kept in, like, in quarters. I would get them up to a certain grade level. I think Chief understands that. They could be level 4, but you have a A, B, C, D, E, F, grading also, and if they get like a C, then they can go out to the mall or go to baseball games and things of that nature. But if you keep them on the F or the E and around that area, they can't leave the campus. And I noticed that a lot of those boys was left that way, and the state was paying for them, so they knew they was going to get the check. You see, and so. Like I said, this school to prison pipeline is real. Privatizing, juvenile institutions to where you have nobody regulating these motherfuckers. So they get to make up, basically their own rules. That's what private means. You can do whatever the hell you want. Private prisons, all this privatization of schools. That's what charter schools are doing. Yeah, privatizing schools so you can create your own narrative. You can create your own rules. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's dangerous in a way too. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
If it's public, who regulates it?
So you're saying charter?
The state should. The state's supposed to. Yeah.
Look, just say it. The government.
The city, the state. No, the city and the state.
Just say the government. All right, just say it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
and this is
the city and state have governments too, though. So, are we talking about the city government? Hold on, Chief? Are we talking about the city government? Or are we talking about the state government? Wise guy, because they have governments of their own too.
Dude, No.
So while you're trying to sound smart, you're really showing how
I know. There's only
ignorant you are.
state government.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So Indigenous, you went so hard to prove a point.
Yeah, because that makes me mad to hear you blame it on the black people or blame it on us.
I didn't finish my statement yet. You don't even know what I'm getting ready to say.
Well, you cut me off smart, so that's payback.
No. I clearly let you go. I didn't say anything when you were talking. And you were even cutting off the host, unbiased. Relax.
He always does that.
Okay, relax, bro. Relax. That's what I keep saying. I'm trying to prep you and let you know this is a conversation. It's not a debate. Relax. Okay. You went so hard that you said charter schools are dangerous. Private schools are dangerous. Are you serious? Or are you just trying to make a like? Okay.
Well, I'm just saying privatization. Privatization. All right.
Let me finish. I didn't make any claims or anything. I'm just stating what you said. You made a wild statement. Is all I'm saying. We can leave it alone. Okay. Let me move on. Now to say, because I know a bunch of private schools, bro, that are amazing. So I mean, it's like disrespect. Okay. Charter schools are great too. People should have a school choice of where they want to send their kids. You can choose where you want to send your kid. You don't have to send your kid to a charter school or a private school. Maybe with somebody with money want to send their kids to a private school or a charter school. Maybe kids not into sports. They may want to send their kids to a charter school who's not a big sports school. It's okay. They're all good. All schools are good. Okay. So, but you did all that fear mongering for a reason, to prove some type of school to prison pipeline. To say a school is funneling kids to prison is a very broad and vast, ambiguous statement, void of any facts. Let's just be honest for a second. Slow down. Let's slow it down. Okay?
I mean, you don't have to slow it down because I just told you.
Hold on, let me finish.
The ACLU is committed to challenging the school to prison pipeline.
Making up your bullshit there.
So I'm making up the bullshit for the ACLU.
Interrupt you.
Am I making the bullshit for the ACLU?
I'm going to give it.
Do you know what the ACLU is?
Don't get nervous. Stop getting nervous.
Ain't nobody nervous.
Because
like I said,
I'm going to give you the mic back in a minute.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you keep on asking me questions. I'll answer them for you. It's that easy.
They can't hear you and they can't hear me if we're talking over each other. I'm going to pass it right back to you. Breathe for a second. Okay? Now, I'm not stating anything crazy. I'm simply stating something simple and common sense. It is a broad, ambiguous, and vast statement to say schools are funneling kids to prison on purpose without any semblance of a fact or evidence to say that. Okay, slow down. I'm gonna say this last few sentences and I'm gonna pass it back to you. Okay, this is why I keep telling people it's jive turkey, victimhood, Afrocentric bullshit. Okay. Nobody is sending kids to prison from a school. I just told you how schools get paid by their good stats. They are not trying to send kids to prison, ruin their stats, show that they're not graduating kids, and that a bunch of kids are failing. That is not good for their funding, and they will hear from higher ups, okay? Anyone going to prison is because they committed a crime, a felony, okay? Schools do not make kids commit felonies, okay? That's what prison is for, okay? That's what jail is for. If the police come to a school, it's only because a kid committed a crime. No school makes kids commit crimes, okay? This is why this victimhood bullshit narrative of police, of school to prison pipeline. I've been busted this down a long time ago. You're just new. Okay?
I'm biased on that laugh.
What you're saying is a wild statement that victimhood niggas love to spew to save face because their kids is fucking up. Period. The mic is yours.
Well, my children are doing fine. So, is that a pause, or are you done?
You go.
Because it sounds good. All that shit sounded good. But I don't know if you know who the fuck the American Civil Liberties Union is. But let me explain to you who they are. The ACU has been at the center of nearly every major civil liberties battle in the U.S. for more than 100 years. This vital work depends on the support of the ACLU members in all 50 states and beyond, my friend. Okay? So I'm gonna cut that off right there. Now that you get a little backdrop on who the fuck the ACLU is, let me read this to you again. The ACLU, School to Prison Pipeline. Huh? This is a real organization. Now let me ask you a question. Why the fuck are they committed to challenging the School to Prison Pipeline, a disturbing national trend? This is ACLU.org if you'd like to know. Hey, hold up. I ain't finished. A disturbing national trend wherein youth are funneled out of public schools and into juvenile criminal legal systems. All right? Many of the youths are black or brown, have disabilities or histories of poverty, abuse, or neglect, and would benefit from traditional support. I'm not finished reading.
Wait.
Supports and resources. Instead, they are isolated, punished, and pushed out. Now, did you just hear? No. He said it was phony. Why the fuck is the ACLU? Let me tell you who the ACLU is one more time so you don't forget. Why you talking all this big shit? American Civil Liberties Union. Okay? Why the fuck are they fighting it if it's not real? Are they fighting some imaginary bullshit? I digress.
By the way, you were so erratic and emotional. That was unbiased trying to get.
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want.
Oh my God.
But I just busted your head to the white meat, showed you the shit's real, showed you the American Civil Liberties Union is fighting this shit, and you sit here call it imaginary. So you the one who's delusional, you the one who needs slow walking, and you the one who needs the teaching.
This guy can't even understand what somebody said.
No, you said here throwing out all these motherfucking side slurs at me like you know me and you don't know me. And like I said, I have told unbiased. He can get you. Hell no. If any of y'all want to debate any of this shit, you can help unbiased. You can help him. You can help unbiased. If you want to do it, nigga, if you want to debate me, then you can get with unbiased. Y'all can put all y'all shit together and I'd still fuck y'all up. I put this motherfucking request out here to everybody. Any of y'all niggas in this community that want to smoke, because like I said, you talk out of your fucking neck. The only thing you should be doing is apologizing. I just told you the American Civil Liberties Union is fighting this shit and you're calling it imaginary. This is not Tinkerbell, nigga. This is some real shit. And you're trying to play it down and sound articulate and smart while you're doing it. But you're showing how ignorant you really are. So those are slurs right back at you that you was throwing at me earlier. Oh, he's dumb. He doesn't understand. He needs to be slow walked. You got the wrong one. I'm not the one that needs to be slow walked. I'm the needs to be walked around and left alone. Okay.
Can we say something?
So there you go.
Can we get a sentence?
Hey, Kareem, stop.
Okay.
I fucked with Chief X right now.
No.
I ain't even gonna lie to you, big.
You didn't realize unbiased.
Big dog, yo. Chief X, he lighting it up right now. He lighting it up right now. Yo, now, yeah, like with the argument situation, I think our chief big dog just left. He might fell out, but
Yeah, that was crazy because I do believe the prison pipeline exists, but I don't think that, you know what I'm saying, like it's not as, you know what I'm saying, extensive as most people think. There's certain states that, you know what I'm saying? So on both sides they got great arguments. I'm just gonna put it that way. You know what I'm saying? But Big Dog calling out his old boy ad hominems right now. You know what I'm saying? Apostle Saquon, what's good with you? Jay the Snake, Jay the Great. You know what I'm saying? Neo Love, you know what it do? I have faith. And we can get back to this. I'm enjoying this. Yeah, this is hilarious though.
Hey, watch out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man. I think is even bigger. It's bigger than what is being presumed.
Yeah. Okay.
There are a lot of small issues.
Yes. There's subtleties.
As deflections.
Con.
Right?
I will say that.
But
yes.
Get us debating to camouflage the real issues.
Right.
Do you remember how long it's been going on about we've been dealing with fires in the wilderness? All of a sudden, they're talking about the fires as if there's something different, but they're blocking the sky. The fires are The fire's been blocking the sky for the last 40, 50, 60 years. Why all of a sudden are they talking about how the sky is being blackened?
Wait, yo, Apostle, remember in the movie Matrix, which y'all know is written by a black woman, right?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna interview her.
You remember how you remember what they said in that movie, right? They said that they scorched the sky so that the sun wasn't able to give
light, right. So I mean, what I'm saying is it's a lot of smoke and mirrors to create a non-unification so that we don't have the proper insight as to what's going on today, right now.
Yeah.
And evidently, the focus point is the sky with the space truth, the space soldiers, Mars, water on the moon, aliens in Congress.
Right.
There is something going on that they are saying that they're not saying.
I got you, Elder.
And they got us talking about all this bullshit. Not to say they not significant shit, but in terms of things, what should we really be talking about?
Go ahead, Big Dog.
That's why I'm here, fellas. That's why I'm here.
What's good with you, bro?
Oh, okay.
I'm here, like I said.
Is this live or what?
Yeah, we live.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you how they do it. And one of the ways, have you ever heard the movie The Big Lie, Apostle?
Yeah, I heard of it.
Well, we look at
what you think about this, bro?
Apostle got somebody on his line chopping it up. Yeah, we hear you. Hold on one second.
No, that's E. That's Big Dog. That's
E. Yeah. What's good with you, bro?
Con.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was still on the Chief X stuff or not. Yeah, my bad.
That's somebody on Apostle Zaquan's call who's chiming in as well.
Okay, my bad. It isn't.
Yeah, that's Indigenous black man on my call.
Oh, okay.
That's how he's communicating.
Okay. Yeah. I hear both sides, man.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. I didn't know if it was the video or not.
Hold on, fellas. Hold on. Listen, The Big Lie. All right, that was a movie. All right, now the big lies in the dictionary also, if you look it up, is deliberate gross distortion of the truth used especially as a propaganda tactic. When I get into propaganda, that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about tonight. So if we can, just let this part go to 4:30:32, then I'm gonna cut it off there. Actually, we might,
Gotcha.
I was gonna ask Kramer where we at right now. If Kramer, are you there? Because I'm gonna get into all that. Like I said, we got to deal with the propaganda, how they push the propaganda on us, how these things all come into play with your public school system that first started. It was called Americanization, but we're going to get there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We gonna bust them in the
So
head.
let me ask you this, Indigenous black man. Let me ask you this, IBM.
What's up?
Do you think that it is some type of situation where it is a prisoner pipeline school system?
Well, I know it is. If you type it into Google, it tells you. I mean, it'll just pick the first one, Wiki. Wiki's usually the first one. Pick Wiki and read about it. And it tells you how they're disproportionately sending blacks and Latinos and special ed kids, because they put us in special ed. They make money off of that shit, but I ain't gonna get into that part. But, and they were the ones who are disproportionately get the charges, where the whites to do the same thing don't get charged. It is true. And like I said, it's
What percentage of schools do this?
It exists or not. That's all you have to do is look it up. But this is the problem. When we hear this new information, we get cognitive dissonance, and it goes so far against our belief systems that we lash out at the person who's telling us the truth.
But what percent? What percent do you think that as far as like black kids? What percent do you think it is? Like right now, I'm out here in
Way
Chicago.
more than it should be.
Like right now, I'm out here in Chicago.
But that's
so
not saying enough.
what would the percent be?
What percentage of schools and what percentage of public schools do you believe is responsible for the school to prison pipeline? I think that's a good question.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it all of them? Because if you don't give a percentage, then we're left to believe it's all of them.
It all depends on different scenarios, the state, and how they run their policies and the area that they're in, whether it be the suburbs or the ghetto, because we know disproportionately the poor people too. So I would say in the ghettos and in the poor people, areas, it's probably more than what it would be in the middle class, and way more or less than it would be for the so-called upper class.
So you don't have a percentage in mind?
I'll tell you what, Indigenous, are you in DC area?
No, I'm in Northern Virginia. But
well, that's a DC area.
Yeah.
So you're going to find this problem more so in PG County than Montgomery County.
Right, but Apostle, the reason why I'm asking the question is that, when you have an argument that's like dear to you, you should know for the most part the ins and outs. You should have the problem and some of the solutions, right? So I think it's a fair question, because if you can like make the problem bigger than what it is. Not saying you are doing that, but if you say if you keep saying schools are responsible for prison to pipeline, just off that statement, we're led to believe all public schools do this.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think we got to say all public schools.
Well, they have the option.
Right.
They have the option to do it if they want to, because it's being done.
Right.
But see, IBM, that's the dangerous thing about it. You have over right now out here in Chicago, you have over 350,000 public school students that go to school, right? And out in the south suburbs, you have over 250,000 schools. Cook County is the second biggest, I don't know if you know it or not, second biggest county in the United States, right? So that's a dangerous thing when you just make a blatant statement like that.
Okay, Cooley High. Where's Cooley High at in terms of Chicago?
I mean, it was a made-up movie.
Yeah, it was a made-up movie, but it was about a school.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was based on Cabrini Green.
Right.
Right.
Where's that school at?
It ain't there no more.
But where was it, brother?
It was on the north side.
In the city, right?
Yeah, in the city, yeah.
Right. Now, see, now I would liken that to in the Washington, D.C. area. 20 years, 30 years ago, I would liken it to Southeast Washington. Because up northwest, uptown, they had decent schools. Cadoza, Eastern.
That makes sense, Apostle.
Right. Now, see, you get out in the Southeast, then you're talking about what's the new Southeast D.C.? PG County, Maryland.
Yeah.
PG County, Maryland, right now is just like Southeast D.C. was. But Southeast D.C. now is 48%.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Apostle, what I'm saying, Elder, is that when we make blanket statements, you have to be careful when you make blanket statements. You can't make a blanket statement. That's why I said, that's why Chicago public schools have over 350,000 students right now. Right now, brother.
Right.
So you're covering all of them. That means
what about those gang areas?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's a problem too.
Yeah, but you got less students in those.
Hold on.
I'm here. See, I'm here.
Could you go to 4:30, 33, and then we'll let it go to 4:37. 4:30, 33, and then we'll let it go to 4:37. I'm skipping ahead. Trying to keep the time right around, because like I said, the other videos that I got are only like, 4, 3, 6-minute videos, so they won't take long. This is right here where my sister Amber is 4:30, Karima, 4:30, 33. Where Amber comes in and reads the wiki article about the school to prison pipeline. All right.
That's good, Karima. That's good. 4:30:29 is good.
Yeah.
Because I'm talking about the goddamn subject.
I'm sharing.
Hold on, Chief.
You need to check yourself.
I'm sharing the article for the people because we're talking about it.
It's my fault. It's not Amber.
I don't care about.
It's not Amber's fault. That was my fault, Chief.
Videos on it, and I referred to the videos.
If I can read this for the people,
Bend the fucking knee. I wouldn't give a fuck. I'm out of here.
If I can read this for the people,
I'm gonna stick around.
Shit, he ran off of there.
In the United States, the school to prison pipeline, also known as the school to prison link, school to prison nexus, or the schoolhouse to jailhouse track, is the disproportionate tendency of minors and young adults from disadvantaged backgrounds to become incarcerated because of increasingly harsh school and municipal policies. Additionally, this is due to educational inequality in the United States. Many experts have credited factors such as school disturbance laws, zero tolerance policies and practices, and an increase in police in schools in creating the pipeline. This has become a hot topic of debate and discussion surrounding educational disciplinary policies as media coverage of youth violence and mass incarceration has grown during the early 21st century. In recent years, many have started using the term school-prison nexus in place of school-to-prison pipeline to challenge the idea of a unidirectional pipeline that begins in schools in order to show that schools work within a web of institutions, policies, and practices that funnel youth into prisons. Moreover, it may no longer operate as a pathway to prison, but instead as a de facto prison. The current climate of mass incarceration in the United States increases the contact the incarceration system has with the United States education system. More specifically, these patterns of criminalization translate into the school context. Specific practices implemented in United States schools over the past 10 years to reduce violence in schools, including zero tolerance policies and an increase in school resource officers, have created the environment for criminalization of youth in schools. This results from patterns of discipline in schools mirroring law enforcement models. The disciplinary policies and practices that create an environment for the United States school-to-prison link to occur disproportionately affected disabled, Latino, and Black students, which is later reflected in the rates of incarceration. Between 1999 and 2007, the percentage of Black students being suspended has increased by 12%, while the percentage of white students being suspended has declined since the implementation of zero tolerance policies. Of the total incarcerated population in the United States, 61% are Black or Latino. So disparities, I'm gonna go there. School disciplinary policies disproportionately affect Black and Latino youth in the education system. Ultimately, this means that they are more likely to be suspended, expelled, or arrested, a practice known as the discipline gap. This discipline gap is also connected to the achievement gap. The U.S. Department of Education Office for Civil Rights issued a brief in 2014 outlining the current disparities. Okay, I'm gonna read that again. The U.S. Department of Education Office for Civil Rights issued a brief in 2014 outlining the current disparities. Black students are suspended and expelled at a rate 3 times greater than white students.
Yep.
The Advancement Project found that in 2006 to 2007 school year, there was no state in which African-American students were not suspended more often than white students.
All true.
On average, 5% of white students are suspended compared to 16% of Black students. Black students represent 16% of student enrollment and represent 27% of students referred to law enforcement and 31% of students subjected to a school-related arrest. Combined, 70% of students involved in in-school arrests or referred to law enforcement are Black or Latino. The majority of these arrests are under zero tolerance policies. Disparities were found in the implementation of zero tolerance policies in relation to minor offenses. In 2010, in North Carolina, Black students were punished for the same minor offenses, specifically cell phone, dress code, disruptive behavior, and display of affection by more than 15% of each category of offense than white students. According to the American Civil Liberties Union, zero tolerance policies criminalize minor infractions of school rules, while cops in school lead to students being criminalized for behavior that should be handled inside the school. Students of color are especially vulnerable to push-out trends and the discriminatory application of discipline. Additionally, the Council of State Governments report found that Black students were more likely to be disciplined for less serious discretionary offenses, and that when other factors were controlled for, higher percentage of white students were disciplined on more serious non-discretionary grounds, such as possessing drugs or carrying a weapon. A 2009 study reported that the racial disparity in rates of school suspensions could not be explained solely by racial differences in rates of delinquent behavior, and that this disparity in turn was strongly associated with similar levels of disproportion in juvenile court referrals. Similarly, a 2010 study found that Black students were more likely to be referred to the office than students of other races, and that this disparity could be partly, but not completely, explained by student behavior and its school level factors. According to FOTM Law Review Online, in the juvenile justice system, Black girls are the fastest growing demographic when it comes to arrest and incarceration. Yep. A 2014 study found that although Black students were more likely to be suspended, this disparity was completely accounted for by a measure of the prior problem behavior of the student, and concluded that the use of suspensions by teachers and administrators may not have been as racially biased as some scholars have argued. Another 2015 study using the National High School data set concluded that misconduct and deviant attitudes were important factors in predicting the receipt of out-of-school suspensions, though results indicated that Black students did not generally misbehave or endorse deviant attitudes more than white students did. Now, y'all want me to keep reading?
No, you're reading too much.
All right, Kramer. That's it.
You got damn right there's disparities. Who disagrees with that?
I kind of disagree with that. I kind of disagree with that. And I'm
They
explaining.
give you percentages. They tell you with every state. So, I mean.
Yeah, so that leaves more questions, though. Because, for one, now we have people, I mean, the data, right? So I'm not going to argue the data. But that leaves more questions, though. So
Somebody got an echo.
Yeah, somebody might have the live not muted. Okay, so in public schools, where Black people and Latinos majority attend, or let's just say the schools that's creating this disparity, are the people reporting Black and Latinos more often? Are they Black or white or Hispanic, or what I mean? Like, what is their ethnicity? Is it Black people having low tolerance for Black people? Are the principals Black? Because I'm reading that they have like police, on the site. They're supposed to have a zero policy. So because the way it's being portrayed that this is an agenda that only white people are complicit in, and they're funneling Black folks into prison. So it leaves the question now, because these schools also employ Black people and Latino people. So it's like, are Black people and Latino people also complicit with funneling Black children and Latino children to funneling to prison, getting them to drop out?
I think y'all like I think the whole issue is totally being blown out of context and out of proportion. I don't believe there is an actual school to prison pipeline. I don't believe that. I don't believe the schools are doing anything to encourage these kids to go in delinquent routes in their future lives. They're trying to discourage that. In case y'all might not know, some people know I have worked in the school system. I have a brother that works in the school system, and my sister-in-law that he's married to also works in the school system. These kids are terrible. Just like what the brother was saying, these kids are actually terrible. So I think the issue is not a school to prison pipeline, it's more so a community to prison pipeline. Or if I want to point a finger, I would point the finger to the music to prison pipeline, because these kids are growing up with this attitude and coming to school with that attitude and this characteristic, like nobody can't tell them nothing. And to the point, I seen a grandmother, someone's great grandmother, not even a grandmother. I could tell this woman was a great grandmother. She had retired from school, came back and volunteered, in elementary school, in an all Black elementary school. Wasn't many white teachers here. It was mostly Black teachers here. And I saw an elementary school student threatening to beat her ass. It took everything out of me not to put hands on this student.
But
He was sitting there. He was sitting there threatening someone's great grandmother that he would beat her ass because she was telling him to sit down and shut up.
Let me
Because
ask
he
you
was
this,
causing a wait, brother. Let me finish painting the picture, because I know it's hard to hear, but this is what's going on. And there was nothing I could do. The woman begged me. I was off, because I was a substitute. So I was off by this time. I was off duty. I could have gotten my car and left. I couldn't leave because this old lady looked like she was between 85 to 95 years old, begged me to stay in there because of her safety and her protection. She was terrified of this young Black kid who was telling her he was going to beat her ass. He ain't got to listen to her. He run this motherfucking class. This is the shit he was saying.
Damn.
This was the shit he was saying. I tried to get the guy to call the principal. Nobody was coming. It's like everybody understood he had a behavioral problem and nobody wanted to deal with it. So I just sat in the class. I was gonna lose my job that day if he put his hands on that woman, because that's how I was raised. I was gonna just have to lose my job. Probably would have been arrested and everything else, because I was gonna beat his ass. There is no school to prison pipeline. That's all.
Yeah,
Just
that's one. And I admire what you did, bro. You did what probably nobody else probably would have did. Most people would have removed themselves, especially white folk. They would have got the fuck out of that classroom. So,
right.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer for everything that goes on.
Right. That's the
No,
smartest
no,
shit
no.
ever.
I was giving one example of it, but it was many examples of it. Being that I was hold on. Being that I was a substitute teacher, I didn't work at the same school all the time. And when I would go into the white areas, into their schools, I didn't have these same problems that I would have. I didn't have it. So you can. What I'm saying is, you can't blame the school for the problem. You have to blame the community, the people.
Right.
If you want to say the parents, if you want to say whatever, the parents can't even control these kids. I know y'all
Smartest shit
don't
I ever
like.
heard you say, Neo Love.
There's no need in
Thank you, brother.
whether it's real or not. That's all you got to do is look it up. You just heard the sister read that the school to prison pipeline is real.
How many of y'all worked in the school though? How many of y'all worked in the school? You can all be substitute teachers. You can.
You can look at the ACLU and their fight against the school to prison pipeline. All this is out there.
Somebody echoing.
Shit don't exist, and it does. And it does exist. And we gave you stats. The young lady Amber just read it to you in the video. That it's real.
Stats can't argue with experience, brother. Stats cannot argue with
He worked in
experience.
school too. I would like to hear what he got to say.
So we're gonna go on to the next video number 2. And
No, we don't need a video. We were still discussing this. I mean, you can play videos to your face turn blue. You can play videos to your face turn blue. That's not gonna change anything.
Yeah, what are we looking to the video for? Like, we already got information.
Like I said, I'm doing my presentation right now, not yours.
Oh well, I can come back when you through then, because I don't need to listen to this bullshit. I don't need to listen to this bullshit. I can leave until you through if this is your presentation that you got to do.
Make it hot time.
Because it's like you don't want to hear the other end of the argument,
right?
And you're getting upset about it. It's not something the school is doing differently. The school are begging these kids to sit there and get an education and don't go to prison. But when you go in this classroom, you can walk in and you can tell which students in that class is going to be in prison in 10 years. You can look, you can pinpoint them.
Come on now. I can't even argue with Neo on this.
You can pinpoint which students is going to be in prison in 10 years. You do everything in your power to try to stop it and deter it. They don't care because they listen to Lil Boosie, Lil Durk, Young Boy, this nigga, that nigga. They got this on their mind.
The parents reinforcing it.
The parents are reinforcing it. Absolutely.
Hey, let Jay say something.
Right? It is getting way worse. The hypersexuality, I talk about all that, brother. And yes, some of the kids are being disciplined and sent through those because of their behavior. But what I'm saying is, it's disproportionately more black people going to, getting expelled, getting in trouble and all this, and Mexicans than it is the whites. This is what I'm saying. This is what the point is. It's not the point of singular incidents like you just named, but like you said, you're in a school that a lot of that has happened. Right. And I understand, but at the same time, all around each state, it's like that, and it said it in that paper that, or the wiki article that Amber read.
Right.
So let's go to video number 2, please, Karima.
Yeah.
Like I
While
said,
you do that, Karima, let me say this. Between the ages of 12 and 22, I was a drug addict. My cousin, who spent 15 years down in Lawton, always said, you can say what you want to, but that Stanford Montgomery, he's going to jail. He's going to get locked up. He is going to jail. He's going to live in and out of jail all his life.
Yeah.
You know how much time I did in jail?
How much?
0.
Okay.
0.
Yeah, but you weren't on a pad. Like something redirected you, and maybe it was God or somebody.
Yeah, well, God did redirect. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's my point.
I can dig that.
You're going to look at somebody and tell that they on their way to jail.
Right.
Well, we're saying, well, when I said that, I mean without God, without that divine intervention, without something
Hey,
seriously
but God
getting
is
this
a big
kid's attention.
invention.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that's a big part.
Without that, your whoever said that would have been absolutely
Yeah,
correct, and that's
because
all I'm
to
saying.
be fair,
Oh, yeah.
to be fair, Apostle, you had to be displaying behavior that fit that type of prediction, right? You weren't. I'm sure you
I
wasn't.
was drug addicted. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Bro, would a 12-year-old know about being drug addicted?
Right. Right.
Yep.
Right. Right.
Tell me, what do a 12-year-old know about being drug addicted?
Nothing.
Can I say
It
this?
had nothing to
Can
do
I,
with my parents.
Con Elder.
My brothers and sisters wasn't drug addicted.
Con. I want to say this real quick. I think where the confusion lies is in how the institutional structure of schools are operated in relation and or in how you would correlate how even prisons are, you know what I'm saying, run. You know what I'm saying? So what most people think is a prison to pipeline, a school to prison pipeline. What they're really doing is it's a fallacy of equivocation. At the same time, though, our institutions are run in a specific way, and a lot of these things follow the same patterns of how they organize and move people around here to there. You know what I'm saying? Room to room, lunch times, etc. Wake up in the morning, blah blah blah, this, that, and the other. I think that's what people are confusing. I'm a father, so every morning I got to put my son on the bus. He goes to lunch. He goes to all of this socialization that is very much similar to how prisons are run, and that's what I think is the confusion between the prison school to prison
Yeah, but we
pipeline.
could see that for going to work too.
Right? Yes, absolutely.
I want
Watch
to say
this.
this.
Yo,
I want to say this real quick. Okay, so
Tom.
my son, you know what I mean. My son is pretty much a straight A student. He never get in trouble. You know what I mean.
Right.
The teachers
Right.
love him. He's like the teacher helper. But when I moved to a different area, which is, a little battered in the area that I was staying in,
Okay.
Yeah.
okay, and my son, he got sick, and me, I'm telling him, when you get sick, if you sick, go to school and you tell us teacher you sick, and then
And then come
have
home.
them
Right.
call me, or
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and then you come home. Let them excuse you, okay?
Right.
So my son called me. I mean, he went to the office. I told him, to call me, give the phone to the teacher so she can tell me
Right.
herself, which it was the principal. Okay, at this particular school, the principal, I guess she is in a relationship with an officer, so she decided that,
Oh.
after she talked to me, she decided she wanted to run through his phone since she already got it. She ran through his Instagram account and seeing that him and his friends, you know how kids bag on each other and they make jokes about each other. So him
Right.
and his friends bagging on each other and going back and forth. So she called the police anonymous and told them that they was bullying each other. Okay.
Oh
So
my
the police,
God.
yeah,
She
the
was
police was
crying.
called.
Right.
Yeah, the police was called, and me, I'm like, why was the police? Why was she in his
That's
phone
a
in
very
the
exactly.
first place?
And you know what?
Okay, why did
Karima, that's so pertinent. And no, not to cut you off, but that's also a part of what I would say is an institutionalized behavior amongst the teachers towards the students.
Yeah.
right? But because this is where I'm at with the offers. I mean, they have like stations in the schools now. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? They don't
Yeah.
even have to call them. They're
Right.
actually
Yeah. My brother's a police officer stationed inside a middle school, which is crazy. He's at middle school.
Right.
stations in the school. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they have off-duty officers in there and all types of stuff that involved in different things that has nothing to do with them. So I'm one of the people that do believe some of the schools are not taking the
Yeah.
time to really deal with the
I believe
kids
you on
and
that.
letting the officers, the police deal with the students. You know what I mean? And some of
Right.
them are relationships. Some of them do have connections where they call them. And this was one of the schools. I moved them because I was like, oh no, there was too much, and moved them to another school that was actually down the street. So the little area was kind of like the same, and it was a good school. This school is Taylor. It was a good school. It's not a bad school where you hear about, kids fighting and
Right,
bringing guns
right,
and nothing like that. But some of the teachers are connected with these officers where they don't
right.
even have time to deal with them. They'll just call the officer and
Right.
have them deal
Immediately have
with,
them,
you
criminally investigated, which is
yeah.
automatically bringing the kids into a
She had
state where
discretion
And
where
running them.
they're
So once they
threatened by a
run them,
legal action.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
prison. Yeah, that's school
So
to
once
prison
they
type
run
of thing.
them, they in the system. Like they have record because they have to document every
Right. They have to
stop of the
document
child
everything.
or adult. So they document this. So
Correct.
any other officer can go in and see that he's been stopped, he's been questioned, and it's like a paper trail, kind of like a paper trail of,
Right.
even if he ain't did
And then
nothing.
they get beat, and then those children become stigmatized as problems or
Right.
possible problems.
Wait,
And
wait,
So
wait. Let me ask Karima something real quick. Karima and unbiased. Y'all said it's police officers in the schools now.
yeah,
Oh
my
yeah,
brother's a cop in the school.
Yeah, they
yeah,
got stations in
yeah,
Damn,
they
yeah.
have to have
that's
them.
it.
Like they have to have that. Like
Yeah,
damn.
yeah,
Hey,
y'all don't know
Right.
how bad these
No, they
goddamn
don't
black
have to
and
have the
Latinos are.
officers. They
Some of
can
these
have
no,
kids are
no, no,
really
no.
messed up,
whatever.
yo.
They don't have to have the officers. Okay, that just
No,
unnecessary.
I just thought I was hearing something. I'm like,
no,
what?
no.
Hey,
I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
yeah,
Hold
that's
on.
what I'm saying. This what I'm
you
saying.
know what?
I did.
This
They
is
have them
close.
up in there harassing students and different things.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right,
Listen to
and
this,
this is
man.
I agree,
also
Karima.
this
I
is
agree,
also
Karima.
post this is also post
Dang.
school
Hold on,
shootings.
everybody, please hold on for a second. Listen, I'm trying to get to where y'all going. Y'all got a lot of questions.
Wait,
I think that these
Indigenous. Let me
videos
just
will
summarize
answer.
the article in like 10 seconds.
So if y'all could just hold off and let's get into these videos, which are only like 4 minutes long, 3 minutes long, then we can talk after the video.
Right, but hold on.
This video right here, number 2. Unbiased, you wasn't there. You said you fell asleep, right, brother? So this is where Chief was saying that it was people, poor people, and it's all the poor people, young poverty and all this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So this video here will show you who gets welfare the most, who's in poverty the most, and all that.
No white folk, man. White folk.
It's only a 4-minute video. So we're gonna did that shit right now, right here on video number 2. So Kareem, if you cue that up,
Indigenous, just 10 seconds.
21
Indigenous, just 10 seconds, because Amber read a lot, right? So in summary, all it's saying is that black kids are bad, Latino, like the bad ones, the bad black kids, the black Latino kids, and the black white kids. The tolerance for white kids is greater than black and Latinos, right? So so those kids are behaving poorly, but the ones that got the less tolerance, and more subjected to disciplinary actions are black and Latinos. That's what it's pretty much saying.
Exactly.
But my point is the disproportionate.
Right. Now, I already stated that just now in the summary. Yeah, I already stated that, but what they all have in common is that they all are bad. Sister said her kid was not bad. So yes, the white kids are getting more tolerance, they're getting more second chances, they're being treated differently. And the blacks and Latinos are like they're just had enough with them, you dig? And they're not doing much different than the white kids. But I got it. Go ahead.
And that's
And it ain't no different than saying that the students were super predators. This ain't no different than Hillary Clinton, program where saying the kids are super predators and getting them at a young age. So that's a tie. Them is tied together.
Right.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that from my experience at all, though. I didn't see that the white kids were just as bad. I didn't see that the upper class kids were just as bad as the impoverished kid. I didn't see that in my experience. And like I said, I did not work at just one school. I worked at different schools all across the parish, which y'all would call counties. I worked at every damn school in the parish. And guess what? Some of these kids were terrible. And the ones that I saw that was terrible the most, and the ones I saw that was terrible the most were the black kids.
Yeah, we gotta have
so it would make so it makes sense. So it makes sense to me that they would act it would be less tolerance for black kids. It might not be right. It might not be right.
Right.
But guess what? That's what it is. When you see these kids, they do have some predator ass kids. You don't want them around your kids. They're gonna either kill your kids. They're gonna either kill your kids, hurt your kids, rape your kids, influence them to join them. You do not want these super predator ass kids at this school. You would want them to be expelled. That's what you would want. The bad apples are going to spoil the good apples, and that's what's going on. As long as you have this problem, yes, there needs to be. We had kids shooting each other at school, kids getting shot at school. Yes, they needed officers at these schools for that reason.
No kids like white kids shoot.
Preach.
I'm not saying white kids don't do it either, but white kids not the same.
Kids does it at a way higher margin.
I'm not. I don't think they do it at a way. No. I don't think they do it at a way higher margin. What happens is that white kids, when they do it, they turn into a can I talk? When white kids do it, they do it. When white kids do it, can I you cutting me now? I'm trying to respond to what Apostle just said. Can I respond to him without getting cut off? All right, so what I'm saying, all right, so yeah, I can't talk.
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying, when there's more white mass school shootings than blacks, I will agree with you on that. But there is more school shootings in the black community, but the black kids shoot their target. They're shooting at one person. They're not just trying to kill everybody in the school, and that's what I see the difference is. Go ahead to the video.
Yeah, no, I want to say this real quick. Okay, because I want to say this real quick. Just because a lot of kids, a lot of Mexicans and like my son, you know what I mean? He my stepson, not my son. My son, you know, he graduated there. But my stepson, you know what I mean? He hang around kids that's bad, which is Mexicans and white boys. Okay. But the difference is they sneaky. You know what I mean? And he just get caught because he wild with it. They still bad. They just know how to be sneaky with it. Okay? And they snitch on him because he the black kid. And they gonna be watching him. But they all doing the same shit.
Yeah. But see, Karima, look, when you get, like you was talking about how you get a report on the kids, and you keep on, see, this is what Hitler said. You keep on telling a lie.
And people are bound to believe it. That's right. Come on now.
Everybody will start believing it. This is fucking propaganda.
Well, couldn't the lie be the school to prison pipeline?
Huh?
I said, couldn't the lie be the school to prison pipeline?
I wouldn't say that either.
No.
No, I'm saying it could be because because he just said you tell a lie long enough, it becomes believable.
It's perpetual. It's self-perpetuating.
When you keep on telling a lie over and over, it's propaganda, man.
You see what
we're all dealing with. This is what we're suffering from. We're out here fighting for theirs and killing ours.
All right, let's play the video.
As we sitting here talking all this crazy shit about the shit don't exist, and you can just
like a football game. There's an hour.
Everything else, it's got definitions and all that shit. But anyway, Kareem, are you ready for?
Yeah, roll the tape.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead and set it up, then, boys.
I'm not in control. I don't have the controls.
Black people is not the face of government assistance. They're not the face of food stamps. Ronald Reagan tried to call black women welfare queens and all of that. But the real welfare queens is the folks. That's the real welfare queens. Case in point. Check out this clip.
Whites are the biggest group receiving food aid, and the United States spends more on food aid for whites than for any other racial group.
Yeah. Now, I said this many times before. The reason why you still have food stamps, the reason why you still have Section 8, the reason why you still have welfare, Medicaid, and all these different programs is because it benefits them folks. If they had any kind.
Go ahead.
I just wanted you to show that graph. I just wanted you to show that graph and how disproportionately more impoverished and on food stamps and all that shit than they are than us. As we're sitting here saying that we're the ones in poverty, we're the ones most in poverty. The shit the Chief X says, he's throwing out percentages that he has no idea what the hell he's talking about. You know, and don't even know how to do percentages. That, you know, the shit
just let the clip play.
Like I said, if you could show, just back up to that graph and show, we don't even have to hear a man talking. But I appreciate, Phil, that's African diaspora.
Right.
Please sub to Unbiased Talk Gloves Off. That was the first video we played. We thank him for it. He's on the panel. And this is Phil Scott from the African Diaspora News Network. Okay, African Diaspora News channel. Okay, either channel or network, but it's African Diaspora News. All right.
Right.
Now, if we look at this graph, you can see that the whites are the purple, the Hispanic are the blue, the black are the yellow, the Asian are the red, and the mixed are green. Who do we see is disproportionately more in need of aid, who are impoverished, and you know, has the biggest part of the U.S. population?
Yeah,
you know, in poverty.
That graph might just be reflective of the population ratios.
The problem is they think that blacks are least deserving of it.
No, they think we the most.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, they think we get it the most.
Queen, just like Ronald Reagan, just like the man just said. They call us fucking welfare queens, and look at these motherfuckers.
Right.
Y'all said
yeah, but hold on.
When you say the stupid shit that they saying, that it's us,
yeah, but hold on.
them.
Right.
Like,
but we're the least deserving.
Right.
We don't deserve it.
Yeah, exactly. But keep in mind that that propaganda was like really spread by like conservatives and like alt-right. They were pushing that old black queen, welfare queen, that type of stuff.
Right.
They do that with the criminal justice system. Hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. They also do that. Hold on, Aki. They do that with the criminal justice system as well. But if you actually watch Elder, if you actually watch Court TV and all of these legal media sources, you'll see that more murders, more rapes,
white people
in their communities than ours. However, they try to make it seem like we're the bad apples. And they're rubbing whenever two fruits. When you got one rotten fruit rubbing against a clean fruit, guess what happens to the clean fruit? It starts rotten too.
Yep. Right. You got to separate it.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah,
but even that chart.
Black Panthers is the first person that came with this program that they took. The Black Panthers is the one that came with the
that was pretty
program.
Yes, that's right. Black Panthers.
They took the program, and
they were the ones who created that idea for that program.
But look what they did though.
Run it
they
now,
created
the
solution. But look what they did though. They didn't complain all day about school to pipeline. They actually produced resolutions, some solutions to it. And that's what we got to get to. Like, yeah, we could point out problems, but let's start solving them.
Right.
Can I respond to this chart? Can I respond to this chart right quick? Because what y'all not noticing is the first section is the population, and according to that population, black people make up a little over 10%, maybe about 14% of the population, according to this chart. So they make 14% of the population, but they're like at 20 to 30, 25 to 30%
per capita. per capita.
I understand that. I understand that, but 30% of them are of them are in poverty.
Right. Got it.
So it's saying it's a higher percentage of the black population in poverty than when you take the entire white population and look at the percentage of white people in poverty.
Yeah,
And when you look at the entire, hold on, brother, hold on, brother, just wait. Just wait. I know you don't like it. But you don't understand what y'all looking at. You're looking right at it and don't understand it. When you take the food stamps percentages, the percentage of white people on food stamps, they give you that, and the percentage of black people on food stamps, but black people still is 14% of the population, white people is 60%. Right. It's still an uneven ratio where majority of the black population is still on food stamps.
Per capita.
It's not right per capita.
Right.
We should not be that high on food stamps if we're only 10%. We should be 10% of that population.
Wealth issue.
I'm just saying, y'all read the chart wrong. Apostle, I'm not discussing that. I'm just saying y'all reading this chart wrong. Y'all looking at this chart. Y'all looking at this chart like it's a win. Like this proves something is actually proving the opposite. It's actually proving the opposite.
You're right. IBM. What is this chart? And that's why he's the one that went back here. Come.
If you flip this chart,
hold on. Because he told me to go back and everybody is talking and he didn't even make his point. So at least let him make his point about why he brought this up, because he did tell me to go back and we all been talking before he can even make his point. So let's let him make his point.
I waited till everybody made their point, and I waited till y'all start trying to go to. He was saying, no. Hold on. I waited till everyone made their point. He was about to tell you to go to a different part of the video or a completely different video when I asked to speak on the chart. Now he didn't make his point.
No, he told me to come back here, and we've been paused right here. This is where he told me to come back, and
Kareem, I heard him say now go to such and such part. I heard him say that.
He said,
I heard him say that. No. Right before I came in, it's recorded. You can go listen to it. It's recorded. He said this shit.
Leo, you say what you have to say and let the brother finish saying what he has to say at this point.
It's as simple as that. Just like he don't believe the school to prison pipeline exists, he thinks it's Tinkerbell.
No, I don't believe it. I think it's y'all niggas.
Oh, well, the truth is that just because your ass don't believe it's true, don't make it any less true.
And y'all making excuses for these fucked up ass kids. That's what y'all doing, yeah.
And this just explain the chart.
Yeah, explain what.
I gotta fix. It says right here.
Let him
just a little bit. He's right though. He's right though. But he's going Uncle Ruckus right now.
No, Zion, mute your mic so you can talk.
The white people are more poverty than we are, so why ain't they going through the school to prison pipeline as much as they?
White people are the most common race
in the white community
to receive government food assistance. White people are the most common race that receives governmental food assistance. The state proves real welfare queens are them folk. Race, poverty, and welfare.
Anyway, yep, there you go, Apostle. All right, Kareem, can we go to the evil history of the education system, please?
Wait, I want Neo to finish his point.
My point was that I was just trying to say is that I waited till this brother got through saying what he had to say. Just like he said, can we go to the evil history, whatever other video he trying to get you to play? That's what he said before I opened my mouth. I waited till everybody got through saying it. I didn't cut nobody off. And as soon as I started talking, everybody want to cut me off because they didn't like what I was saying.
All right, next video.
Hey, well, I'm sorry, brother. I think I understood you, but I think we're, this is for another day. Because like I said, I'm doing a presentation right now. I would like to get it over with and stop with the, the cutoffs, please. So we can get to this third video, which is started at 3:42 and then go to 4:59. Or start from the beginning. I'm sorry, start from the beginning and go to 3:42. It's and this is, just a short history of how the modern day public school system was, set up, and some of the players behind it.
Okay.
Thank you, Kareem, and everybody on the panel. I appreciate y'all being here.
IBM, do me a favor next time. Like when you have these presentations, like you got to be able to answer questions.
I'm answering questions, brother, but I got a presentation to do too. And
after his presentation, he's going to answer questions.
Okay. Yeah, I can't spend too long on one subject because I want to get it done. See, the last time that I did my presentation, I'm too busy teaching.
Right.
Shit that people didn't know about. People didn't even know what the hell I was talking about, so I had to let y'all come up here.
You should stick to one thing, though.
Now, y'all gonna learn. Y'all gonna learn by the end of the day. Y'all gonna learn.
Yeah. He's gonna answer questions.
Because I'm going back to the inception of the motherfucking public schools in America and how they've been fucking just negative and doing dirty shit to America. All that shit. From then until now, nigga, all this
is that all public school?
Down our throat,
I play.
And all that retarded ass bullshit.
Yep, it's called set up to fail.
Hey yo, but
y'all dealing with the school system.
But you
invited to a card table with a stacked deck.
All right, go ahead. Let's hear it.
So we're gonna go to 3:12.
I mean, it's called Evil History of Education. I mean, that's a bit biased.
Yeah, that's right. That's propaganda. the evil word, that's propaganda. I mean, propaganda. Yeah, calling names, that's a part of propaganda. We're going to get to that, though.
All right, let's play
I got a video for y'all for that. I got a video for y'all for that.
Problems of failing neighborhoods might be
another Corona. Hey, give me another hit, man. So, all right, hold on. I'll be right back.
All right.
Blamed on failing schools.
I'd like for this country.
Oh, no, I wanted you to start it from the beginning and then go to 3. I'm sorry, Karima. Start it from the beginning and then go to 3:42. I'm sorry. That's my fault. That's my fault.
Rockefeller in the late 1800s, and you have a big problem. It's the Industrial Revolution.
Okay. There we go. Oh, what happened?
Are you going to provide solutions later on what to do with public schools to make them better for Black and Latinos?
Yeah, I think I can.
Okay.
Shed some light on a few things.
Yeah, some solutions like to avoid the school to prison pipeline.
Yeah, we can. Yep, definitely. If we got time, that's why I'm trying to hurry up and get through these couple of videos that I got, and because Kareem is working hard, and I appreciate it. So however far she can take us, we gonna go.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that too, IBM. Because I know we going through the videos. What's your solution?
Okay,
we'll
get to that.
We'll get to that.
Just learn first.
Well, brother, I have 2 children, brother. My kids are grown. They've been through public school. Trust me, I know, brother.
Can we still learn something new every day?
Yes, sir. I'm just saying,
When you're talking to a man, you can learn that you're talking to a fool, so you can learn something.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All I'm saying is just okay. It's starting to drag a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
In the late 1800s.
Pay attention to the video. It ain't dragging. You'll figure it out. Let's go.
You call this teaching? Okay. Yeah.
Y'all got jokes.
Y'all let the brother get it in.
All right, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
You have a big problem. It's the Industrial Revolution, and you have this giant oil empire, but you simply can't find enough wage slaves to keep the wheels turning. Unlike today, where you can just make a job post online and a bunch of educated laborers will come flocking your way, back then most of America was rural. Most of America lived simple lives on farms. They were homeschooled. They went to schools ran by churches. They didn't know how to work a factory job or at an oil refinery. They weren't conditioned to clock in and out. You needed a way to educate the population on a massive scale so they could come work for you. However, we don't want to educate them too much now, do we? Remember, knowledge is dangerous. There's a reason why slaves weren't allowed to learn how to read or write. So if you're gonna educate the masses, you have to tread very carefully. Teach them too much and they'll become too ambitious, too independent. They'll think for themselves. They'll become your competitors. Instead, you want to teach them just enough so they can keep your empire running with a happy, obedient smile on their face. So what did you do? You helped pioneer the American public school system. All of a sudden, every parent could just send their kids off to a free public school funded by good old Rockefeller. To the rest of the world, you look like a saint. You're giving free education to all those uncivilized, ignorant Americans. But you now know the truth. By dangling the prospect of free education in front of millions of American parents, you were able to trick them into relinquishing their children to the state. That way, for 8 to 12 years of a child's most formative years, you get to condition them to be exactly who you want them to be. You get to decide what they learn and don't learn. You get to decide how they see the world. You get to condition them to be scared, to be fearful, to be obedient, to not chase after their dreams, to accept mediocrity. You get to teach them that if they don't follow orders exactly to the T, they are a failure.
I can't believe it. B is for bitch!
Because these are the traits that make for a good laborer. And it works. By giving every American access to free, standardized public education, you were able to solve the labor problem in America. Now, every generation that came after it would go into school filled with innocence, creativity, and joy, and they would come out of school as an obedient worker that doesn't want to rock the boat. Workers who are perfectly happy making their employers rich.
Education system is predicated on the idea of academic ability. And there's a reason the whole system was invented around the world. There were no public systems of education really before the 19th century. They all came into being to meet the needs of industrialism.
Ah yes, our entire education system today was created because John D. Rockefeller needed more workers. But it wasn't just Rockefeller. No, loads of other rich American tycoons poured billions of dollars into creating the modern-day education system we have today. These are the same wealthy dynasties behind big oil, big food, big pharma, and they all wanted to provide you with free conditioning, education, while they send their kids to private schools. As Rockefeller once said, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers. These are the dark origins of our education system, and why you want to stay dangerous.
For generations, experts tended to blame failing schools on failing neighborhoods, but reformers have begun to believe the opposite, that the problems of failing neighborhoods might be blamed on failing schools.
I'd like for this country to have a real education president for a change.
I'd like to be the education president.
I don't ever expect to sign my name to any law that is more important than the Education Act of 1965.
The day of reckoning is here.
Yeah, that video was biased.
Man, are y'all kidding me right now?
Like I said, put your kids where those kids work.
Are you kidding me right now?
Could you go to video number 4, Karima, please?
Now, you can't be called a teacher playing videos, though, because when I was in school, they didn't play videos. They actually taught.
Okay, well, you learning.
Listen.
Yeah,
I be in. Where you going with this, bro? Where you going?
Yeah, I'm totally confused now.
Look. I'm trying to show y'all how the American public school system was created. Now, that is the more modern version right there.
That wasn't history.
Now, we're getting ready to get to the first
That was somebody's opinion
in America, which I bet you none of you niggas know about, and I guarantee. Well, anyway, Kareem, could you go to video number 4?
Bro, he said the Rockefeller family is the person who started the employment.
Video.
The job.
Hey, I'm biased. I'm biased. Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, nah, he's bugging, bro. That wasn't history. That was somebody's opinion on history, and all white people aren't right.
Man, whatever. Listen.
A white man said it. So
listen.
The truth does not have to be validated to ignorance.
IBM.
I'm walking you down this path. I want you to follow. Just pay attention, and let's add the shit up and put it together right now. Instead of
how many more videos?
Instead of your cognitive dissonance jumping in the way and bullshitting people.
How many more videos, bro?
Listen, but
your master's narrative for him, fighting for theirs, and we killing ours, nigga. Shut up.
IBM, brother. You got a lot of intelligence, brother. You would do a lot better just to talk about it instead of showing videos, brother.
That's what a real teacher would do.
You had too much intelligence, brother.
Yeah, if this was a report from school, you'll get an F. You're supposed to put it in your own words.
Yes, bro. Yes.
But y'all don't like school though, so I see why you didn't do that.
I don't know why. I don't know why you wouldn't just put it out there as far as instead of playing videos. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no problem. I ain't got no problem watching videos, but damn, bro. You know how many videos are we gonna watch?
Let him bring out his source, and then y'all critique it after. Okay? Don't be rude.
God damn.
Probably not something
God
that you
damn.
wrong.
It's like the weekend at the movie theater or something.
Okay, well, keep it to yourself and tell them at the end. Okay, don't be rude.
No, I ain't trying to be rude. You know, I love the brother. I ain't trying to disrespect nobody. I'm just saying.
We heard y'all opinion about his little sources. So let's move to the next one.
All right, next video.
Let it play. Let it play.
Okay.
All due respect.
Thank you.
I'm about to buy some coffee to stay up.
Let's move up, y'all.
By 1890, many of America's largest cities were dominated by
this challenge out there. If y'all want to debate this topic,
let's mute up. Come on, y'all, mute up.
Now you the teacher.
Yeah,
I debate you. I debate you right now.
No, we not. We gonna do that.
I'll debate you right now.
No, we gonna do that at the end. I'm muting y'all mics because you're being a little rude. I'm trying to play this video. I asked you nicely, and you could debate him after. Just let him bring out his sources or whatever. Thank you.
immigrants. These newcomers came from a range of countries, but they all faced the same challenge of adapting to a new American way of life.
Eventually, this period from the 1880s to the 1920s will be called new immigration. It's larger, but it's also shifting from what the previous period, which was more northern and western Europe, now to southern and eastern Europe. And the two biggest groups are Italians and Jews coming from Russia and from other parts of Eastern Europe. And they come with different cultures, different languages, different religious traditions.
These immigrants often settled in already booming urban areas. By the late 19th century, more than 80% of residents in cities like New York, Chicago, Milwaukee, and Detroit were either foreign-born or had foreign parents. Most newcomers settled wherever they had family or ethnic ties or employment.
The nice thing about the cities was there was work. There was ready work available. Now, there were terrible working conditions, terrible living conditions, overcrowding, but there was work. Once one member of the community had settled, they would write to their friends and family and say, come on over.
The immigrants arrived in droves, often establishing ethnic enclaves within large cities, such as New York's Little Italy. As they clung to many of their old ways, immigrants were simultaneously pushed to become Americanized.
Americans say, well, if we're going to accept immigrants, they need to assimilate almost completely. as much as possible.
Unlike earlier waves of immigrants, young foreigners arriving at the turn of the century had a new place to pick up the English language and adopt American values: public school.
By the 1880s, 1890s, public schooling is pretty much mandatory everywhere. And so there's this apparatus by which young immigrants will be converted into Americans. They'll be taught English, they'll be taught civics, they'll learn about George Washington, they'll learn about the Constitution. They'll also learn about intangible cultural things like order and discipline.
While many older immigrants clung to their homelands through newspapers and theater productions in their native languages, many children quickly traded former traditions for a new American way of life.
That's it.
With the price.
That's it. Hello. That's it.
Yeah, he trying to put us to sleep, man.
That's it. No. I'm just asking. I'm biased. He trying not to laugh. No, I'm asking on the real. That's it. That's it, bro. That's it.
Yeah, he got off.
No, he's not. Apostle,
No. I be young. I ain't never try to disrespect you, bro. I ain't trying to do nothing like that. But look, that's it. How many more videos we got?
He got one more video, and be patient.
Oh Lord. Lord.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking because I'm sitting up. I got to go to work in the morning. I'm just sitting up. I'm just asking how many more videos we got. You know, my kids that went through public school system. My kids that went through public.
We all did.
We're not about to do that. And if y'all not gonna be respectful to whatever he's playing, then y'all can just go. You feel me? Because we're not about to do that. And you gonna show him the same respect that I will show you when you on here. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if you feel like it's elementary information or whatever. Be respectful.
Yeah. Do you have the next
video?
You
don't have to make all these comments. There's other people that's watching. You said what you said, and we clearly understand that you disagree with what he's bringing out. You feel you're bigger than the source that he's bringing, but don't be rude about it because you might miss the message that's up in that because you too big for the source. So don't do that.
We're ready for the next video. Yeah.
Waiting on him, obviously, probably having some problems, but be respectful.
Neil need to bring his ass back.
Yeah, we hear you, man. Go ahead. Go on with your program. We hear.
Let's go.
Let's go to some of the worser forms of Americanization that we have here with your public school systems. This is the origins of it. So, and the whole time they've been allowing them to do wicked things to us, put us in, as the undesirables, the unfit, and all that shit that Sanger and Darwin and Galton and all them said. I've been over this shit in my first video. I don't need to go
for the entire American public, though.
I know y'all don't want to have the evolution debate. So
nah, we like the school to prison debate.
You definitely don't want to go.
Nah, we like this topic. This is fun.
Yeah, I know
this is
you
a good
do.
topic.
You ran from the evolution debate for years, nigga.
I don't even discuss evolution.
Why you up here joking? You and all of y'all niggas don't want to smoke.
Yeah, you
get hot.
Yeah, I'm not the guy for evolution. I keep telling you that.
You know I'm all about that smoke, but I ain't got no argument with you. I see what your argument is, and I partly agree with you on many different areas. And at the same time, some of the opposing arguments have have a lot of validity as well. And I think there's a gray area that we need to explore.
Yeah. And that would be cool. I'd enjoy that, brother. You know what I'm saying? When we come together and learning and stuff, you know. That's what I say. That's why I come here, and that's why I let everybody hop on the panel. I let them joke me, have fun, do whatever. We all, you know, this is all for you know, for learning though, man. Because like I said, who was talking about Americanization in this community? I ain't hear nobody talking about it. While y'all are talking
I
about
got several videos of it.
don't know a goddamn thing about it though.
But let me ask you this: IBM.
It's been on the news. Hold on, Eric. We not stopping right now. We're gonna go to this video, and we're gonna hear this, please. And then it's only 4:17, 4 minutes and 17 seconds. That's it. That's it.
Is that Jeezy
I'm
wife?
not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to get through my presentation, man. I got 2 more videos after that, and that's it. I think 2. I think it was 2.
You say you got 2 more videos?
Yeah, but they're short 4-minute videos like this, like these.
Oh boy.
My God.
This was the last one.
Thank God.
Only a couple minutes. It's only a couple minutes.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
Well,
Yeah,
I
this
can just
was the last one that you sent me.
Let's play.
Yeah, go ahead and play that one.
And this is MTV News, Need to Know. The graves of at least 21 Indigenous children are believed to have been found in Grand Junction, Colorado. It would be the latest mass grave site discovered in land associated with former Indigenous boarding schools in the US and Canada, forcing us to grapple with the dark part of our history that descendants are still mourning. Quote-unquote Indian boarding schools were first created in the 1800s by Christian missionaries to make Indigenous kids assimilate to a Eurocentric culture. They were, of course, rooted in racism. An American general who founded the Carlisle Indian Industrial School described it. By 1900, 3/4 of Indigenous children in the United States were enrolled in these boarding schools, and most of the nearly 400 known schools were run by the federal government, and about 1/3 were run by the Catholic Church. For more than a century, these kids were forcibly taken from their families and stripped of their culture, language, and identity. They were forced to learn English and convert to Christianity, and many suffered other abuses like confinement, sexual assault, neglect, and were beaten for speaking in their native language. Diseases often ravaged these schools, and a lot of the children did not survive. Survivors remember seeing fellow students buried in unmarked graves. Journalist and child of a boarding school survivor, Ruth H. Hopkins, tweeted in part, "The discovery of thousands of unmarked graves is just the beginning of the truth being revealed. The dead are crying out to be found." This is not some far-off history. It wasn't until 1978 that it became illegal to separate Indigenous families for these boarding schools. And these schools weren't just a means to whitewash American culture. They were a way to steal tribal lands, and as colonizers began expanding to the West, so did hundreds of assimilation boarding schools. Ben Rod, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's tribal historic preservation officer, told High Country News that these children were hostages taken to pacify the leadership of tribes that would dare stand against U.S. expansion and manifest destiny. The federal government also cut into resources meant for the tribes, taking what would today be $30 million from treaty and trust funds intended as payment for Indigenous lands and siphoning it into boarding schools. It was counted as tuition, which means Indigenous parents were essentially forced to pay for their children's assimilation. This divestment in Indigenous people empowered massive land grabs by colonizers and the Catholic Church. Canada is grappling with similar devastation as they modeled their assimilation schools after the US's. And as Secwepemc and land defender Kanahus Manuel told The Intercept, they wanted to get to that land, and they wanted to log, and they wanted to mine, and they wanted to build all their highways and their railways, because those were all built while those kids were in that school, while the families were broken because of the theft of their children. The U.S. profits off stolen land every day through oil extraction, farming, and all the industries that now operate on Indigenous lands. And the Catholic Church is the largest landowner in the world. And there still haven't been any large-scale reparations for what happened to these children from the government or the church. But Interior Secretary Deb Haaland is trying to change that as the first Indigenous person to head the department. She recently announced a federal Indian boarding school initiative, a comprehensive investigation of the crimes and tragedies that occurred at assimilation boarding schools. And before this, the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition has been working on increasing public awareness, noting that each one of those children represents a bloodline stolen from us, a laughing, breathing, growing family that should have spread out across the generations. This is the truth that we mourn. The abuse, trauma, and death of our children will no longer be hidden. I'm Yunj Kim, and that's what you need to know.
What the hell this has to do? Hey, yeah, I would love for you to make a coherent connection to all these videos, bro. What
Or your public school system?
No, that had nothing, dude. That had.
How it's never been playing fair with the public.
Yeah, that was the 1600s.
Programming the public. How and even the Pope.
Man, that's not good research, brother.
Well, anyway, even the Pope just recently, had his head in hand apologizing to the Native Americans for all the atrocities that they did in all these hundreds of schools all over America,
IBM.
in Alaska, in Hawaii, and them other little islands that's down south, off to the side. I forget what they call it, but they had all those assimilation schools in them.
But guess what?
And this is all it is. It's programming.
IBM.
No,
IBM.
man. They don't cut me off, Eric. They are programming you.
Who?
With propaganda.
Who?
For social for social constructs, for social engineering.
Who's programming me?
That's what. What do you mean? Who?
You said they. That's a pronoun. Who?
The people who have the money and who have taken the money, manipulated over every country. So now.
And who are those people?
The money masters.
You didn't provide one video explaining the money masters.
The elitist bankers like the Rockefellers,
the FBI,
Carnegie.
All right. So I was hoping for some of those answers. Okay.
Elon Musk and these.
Wait, stop. Slow down. He said Elon Musk now. See, you can't get a question in because he's talking about everything. He's saying 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, 1900s.
This was the one who started this bullshit. They said that it
all
was.
Right, Indigenous, slow down.
One of them who funded the public school system along with Carnegie.
Wait, slow down. Indigenous, slow down.
Man.
This is what he normally does. He don't
IBM, man, you sound like Professor X, man, a Public Enemy, bro. You sound like Professor X. You sound like straight like Professor X, bro. Real walkie-talkie, bro. This real walkie-talkie.
Terminator X.
Yeah, you sound like, bro, man. You sound like Professor X, bro.
Yeah, IBM, hold on a second, bro. Listen. I got you. Wait, but you're all over the place. Let's stay one direction. Hold on, slow down.
But you making them all over the place. Hold on. Every time you talk, you got another question in the midst of him saying something. And he said something, and you're like, who? And you're trying to stop him, and then you tell him to slow down. No, slow down where? At what point? Because at the end of the day, just let him explain, and then ask some questions after he done. You're drilling him. You're drill questioning him. You're drilling him. Let him finish.
For my people, this is how we acting when we learning something new that you didn't know shit about. Just like I said. But you can sit up and pretend like you can sit up and pretend like you knew what the hell this was. You ain't know nothing about it. But you are the one debating it. How in the hell can a nigga who don't know shit about what I'm talking about debate any motherfucking thing? That's just craziness. You're delusional.
Can I respond?
Yeah,
objective speculation.
All right. So first of all, nobody will, to be taken serious, will start off with a pronoun without first establishing the subject noun. All right. Okay. So that's basic English grammar. You don't start off by saying they. You got to first establish the subject noun. That's why I said who is they.
We've been through that. You've already done that.
Okay. Hold on. I'm almost done.
You're trying.
So that's why.
Let him finish.
That's why. So now I'm teaching you how to talk. So that's why I said that's why the question was who, because you're saying just listen. You're saying they. If you don't establish the noun, then we are left to our own imaginations who the they is. So then you said the bankers, and I'm like, bro, you didn't play one video establishing that they. This is new evidence now. So in the discovery, that was not in the discovery. Those videos.
Because you wasn't paying attention, because I just told you Rockefeller and all them started off that first fucking video. If you wasn't paying attention, that's your motherfucking fault, nigga. And if you can't keep up,
pre-trial motions right now.
Blame it on your education system that sent you through it. But I'm moving through this shit quick so I can get through it.
We just submitted the motion.
Don't let them get too upset. Come on, Indigenous.
Yeah, like Chief X
just submitted the motion, man.
Hell no.
Y'all niggas don't
He said you can't be bringing in new evidence.
You're delusional, like I said. You don't have nothing. You don't have no idea what the hell I'm talking about.
You're doing sideswine us with some new evidence. You see that?
That shit is crazy, man.
Yo, Big Dog filed the motion.
You already know, bro. You already know.
And what I'm have to do is start removing people off of this thing, because what I'm not going to do is allow y'all to act rude and unmute yourself and then laugh and all that type of stuff, because all you doing is trying to irritate them and agitate them. That's what you're trying to do, and I'm not going to allow you to do that. If you're genuine and asking a question or whatever, then answer that. But what you're not about to do is play games and try to have this man upset up here, because he see y'all playing games.
Yeah. All right, listen, the next video that I was going to send you is called Introduction to Propaganda. And it's Academy of Ideas. That's the provider. Academy of Ideas is called Introduction to Propaganda.
So you got one more video?
Yep.
Exhibit C.
He's getting on my nerves.
Now, as Kareem was looking for the
video, we just having fun. We're enjoying the discussion.
Hell no. Hell no.
Resend it. I don't got it. Resend it. Yes, resend it.
So Indigenous played the video with him and Chief X, and Chief X was talking so polite, so delicate to Indigenous, and he still flipped on him. The video you played earlier, he was talking so polite. He said, Indigenous, slow down. He was talking very polite and respectful to Indigenous, and Indigenous still flipped on him.
When was Chief X being polite?
The video you guys played of him and Indigenous talking, Chief X was very cordial.
Indigenous wasn't here when the video was played.
No, I'm saying the video you played from my channel.
The Indigenous before we went live.
From the time I said, y'all thought you was asleep and you ain't hear all that.
Right. Chief X was not here.
You just played it back.
No, Chief X was not here.
I didn't say he was here, Apostle. I said the video you played.
Girl.
I said but Chief X and Indigenous was talking back and forth. And
he
Chief
was
X
kind
was
of
saying
doing the same thing that you was doing, trying to slow him down and guide him into what he wanted to talk about.
No, we're trying to get him to calm down because he goes crazy. So we try to talk politely and respectfully.
No, you can't do that, because you can't do that. You can't tell somebody how they gonna talk, especially when you coming over here.
I'm not telling him how.
You're not coming to learn. You're basically coming to argue. You're not adding. You're not building. You're not trying to build with him. Yeah, you is, because you're trying to critique him. You're telling him what he should be talking about, how he should be talking, and all that. And we just having a build.
Kareem, hold on. I'm biased. Hold on. Kareem.
No.
I'm biased. Hold on. Kareem, ain't nobody trying to come at this, brother.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. So don't try to tell me. I'm very much of a observer. I know what you're doing. So don't try to tell me or convince me otherwise. You ain't come up in here to build. You ain't add nothing more to what he's saying.
No.
He didn't say
Nothing.
anything.
That's why.
He played
Nothing more.
video.
You're laughing, you're giggling, and you're doing all this rude ass shit and unmuting your mic.
Yeah,
You're not come over here to build with him.
my niggas ain't slick, sir.
You come over here to correct him and check him
That's
with half an
wrong.
understanding. Yeah, you the whole time you've been talking about how he's teaching.
He's
And
not
what he
teaching. He's
should have
playing
brought out
video.
and how he should have brought out his presentation and all that. Like,
Yeah, because
come on
teachers
now,
talk.
this is
People
his
don't play
presentation.
videos.
Let him bring it out the way you want to come on. I'll sure make time for you. It's nothing. But respect him and deal with it, what he got going on. You don't have to try to correct him or nothing. I didn't hear nothing that y'all have to add extra to tell the audience anything besides correcting him. What do you know? Is some of it legit? Some of it is true that you can build on?
Not from what I heard.
Add to the people?
The people
No,
want to
the
hear
whole
it.
time y'all sitting
I
there
think
trying
that
to correct, check, and laugh. And Zion, you wouldn't even want this to be done on
I'm
your
laughing,
time.
but
So
I'm laughing with I'm having fun, but I agree with the brother on certain
that
parts.
should be a hint. That should be a hint that
Come
it's
on
now's
now.
not the time for that. But let's be
You
respectful.
did that to me on my show, though.
I did that to
Get out of here,
everybody
man. Fuck out of here.
that's being rude. No, you get the fuck up out of here because it ain't your time, it ain't your show. Y'all need to stop being rude. Even if you don't agree, it's okay to not agree. Hey, you ain't gotta be rude about it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, cognitive.
You're acting like kids. But you're supposed to be smart.
Like I was believing that they can't, the science can't
You
hurt.
can't wait. This is a
Can't be hurt.
presentation. You can't even wait. You know, how many videos? You know, like you just can't wait. You came on here, can't wait. And none of the videos that he's bringing out is important to you. It's understandable, but don't be rude about it. Could you try to build on something or ask the brother and let him be able to talk to you about it?
I was trying to ask the brother, but he kept cutting me off. Karima.
Because of the way you was asking him and the way you was saying it. You was laughing and making fun and you know talking about out and all this other stuff. This is a grown ass man. Like, be respectful. I would do the same to y'all. Don't think that it's I'm trying to be biased to y'all. No, respect this man.
Yeah, I guess.
I'll do the same for y'all. Stop being rude. Stop unmuting your mic just to say shit. You can laugh and giggle and do all that shit in your background. Why you got to do that to show the world that you laughing and giggling and playing games up here with him?
I don't mind, Kramer. Don't
But I do. That ain't cool. Because they ain't coming up here to try to build with you. They come over here trying to motherfucking correct and check you, and that ain't even cool. Like,
that's called building.
You talking about the next man that ain't even here. You talking about the next man that ain't even here. You ain't even talking about what's going on. You talking about how he was acting towards the next man, but you ain't even showing him much respect because you keep on trying to cut him off. Not even letting him finish, and you're being rude. How many videos? All these videos.
You said that was the last. I thought he was done. You said that was the last video.
I don't see y'all
What is the problem? Like, this is
on this side into each other. It's your public school system from the inception. So if you don't understand where I was going with it, that's where I was going. It's that simple. It ain't hard to explain, you know. And like I said, I've explained it to y'all. I said this to y'all already. That's where I was going with it. I'm showing you your school system from its inception, how it was started, why the shit was started, and by who. And I showed you all of that.
So by you saying that,
I also talked to you about Americanization, your previous form of public schools that was killing motherfucking Indians and putting them in fucking unmarked graves. And they found them by the thousands in Canada and America and all that shit. That's your public school systems right there.
So who was putting in graves? See, he keeps saying they.
Hold on. Created by the philanthropists. created by the philanthropist to have workers during the motherfucking Industrial Revolution, when all this building was going on. They were programming the kids to be submissive workers, not to talk back, do their job, and talk about working hard is how you live, and hard work and all this shit. Keep on saying the lie over and over again, and motherfuckers start to believe it. It's propaganda, just like I said. Hitler used it. Edwin Bernays used it. Edwin Bernays has a book about it. Y'all even know what I'm talking about. But like I said, that's the man who created public relations, brother. And then y'all niggas keep playing like I don't know. I'm in the same era. I can go to Woodrow Wilson from this motherfucking stance, nigga.
IBM. The people want you to continue to teach. Go with your next video.
All right. We go. I sent it to Karima. She's got it. You got it, Karima?
But you know what, IBM? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just hold that, E. Hold that, E.
Oh, okay. No problem.
The people want him to continue to teach. Go ahead and with your next video.
Okay, no problem.
Well, I'm just showing how real this is, because I knew I'd have naysayers. So, we're going to we're going to see the Pope apologizing for this shit. With these mass graves that are being found with the Catholic Church, sexual molestation, sexual abuse. They beat them. They treated them any kind of way, Americanize them under the term Americanization. You've seen the pretty flowery version of the European natives that came in and were Americanized. It didn't seem like they were, being distressed. But then on the other side, you have the actual native people of the land who's being thrown in unmarked graves, getting their kids swiped away from them, making public schools mandatory at the time. So then you had to take your kid to school. It wasn't no question on public, and it was run through the federal fucking government. And the Catholic Church owned a third of these schools. We know the history of the Catholic Church with kids. We know the history of the government with kids. But we sit up here and pretend like this shit didn't happen. Like, public schools is good today. All the schools is good today. And these schools were private schools, okay? Privatized schools. That's what I was talking about. You go back far enough in your history, you might understand where I'm coming from. There's no regulations on them. They say the federal government had them. They wasn't regulating them motherfuckers. They could do whatever the hell they wanted to them kids. Sort of like I was saying about the place that I worked in West Virginia. They could treat them kids however they wanted, and there wasn't nobody really regulating over top of them. Telling them what the kids needed, going in and make sure the kids had this, going in and make sure the kids had that. Nothing like that. See? So, and just like your private prisons. But all right, Karima, could you start that, please?
To Canada's Indigenous communities for the Catholic Church's role in residential schools, where children suffered decades of physical, sexual, and mental abuse. Before his remarks at a powwow in Alberta, the Pope met with Indigenous peoples in a cemetery at a former school. CNN's Paula Newton takes a closer look at the sins the Pope is trying to atone for.
Get that raggedy motherfucker.
It has taken the high-tech tools of this century for Canadian soil to give up the torturous secrets of the last. Drones hovering, swooping, mapping, ground-penetrating radar peering into every layer.
We see if there's any disturbances in that soil structure.
Disturbances. These are soil anomalies that could lead to the unmarked graves of Indigenous children, those who were once students at Fort Alexander Residential School in the Saugeen First Nation in the province of Manitoba.
When you have 190 anomalies, there's got to be something.
Go this way. The Catholic institution is no longer standing, but its survivors want you to know what it stood for. abuse of all kinds that a government report found amounted to cultural genocide.
That's where the priest stayed.
Rita Gumond was just 6 when she arrived. The abuse started soon after.
And he'd have us sit on his lap, and meanwhile he had his hands under our skirts.
Patrick Bruyere was 7. He endured 8 years.
Then he got me drunk. I didn't know what the hell happened when I got up that next morning.
Sarah Mazzaroli was 6, forced to stay until she was 14.
Bam! Across the face. Every morning, she did that to me.
Henry Boubard is 80 now, just 7 when the nightmare started.
And after what the priest did to me, sexually, I changed everything.
You have to survive if you're going to live. You have to find ways to get over everything that was being done to you.
Well, it was all prayer. It was all behave yourself. It was all don't speak your language, because if you do, you get punished, and a lot of humiliation.
These just told me to pray. But pray, what is prayer? It means nothing to me. If you don't pray, they go to hell. Well, I thought that was all these years I was living in hell in that residential school. This is hell to me.
Hundreds of victims like these from one school, and there were dozens of these institutions across Canada, most run by the Catholic Church. More than 150,000 Indigenous children were forced to leave their families and were subjected to forced labor, neglect, and sexual and physical abuse. And thousands just went missing. In the past year, several Indigenous communities have discovered hundreds of unmarked graves, and more searches are underway. The survivors of Fort Alexander were too young to know where children went and why. There remain unmarked crosses in the cemetery made from the old school pipes. Who lays there? So here too, during the very week Pope Francis is on Canadian soil to apologize, they scour the land.
What's so extraordinary here, Casey, is that, think about it, the Pope actually begged for forgiveness in this powwow, and yet the whole scope of the abuse here, you just heard those survivors speak of it, it just stands in contrast to this one gesture. This is what we call inter-trauma. It is not just about isolated cases of abuse, and it continues to stay with Indigenous communities and the peoples throughout this country, literally from coast to coast to coast. It is a profound apology, but there is a lot of healing that still needs to be done.
Absolutely heartbreaking. Paula Newton in Edmonton, thank you very much.
So you're going to.
Did you know that there's a simple combination?
So Indigenous, you're going to connect Canada's private schools to American public schools somehow?
There were hundreds of them in America. There was, way less.
But those
in
are
Canada.
private schools, though. Those are private schools. They're not public.
Backed by the federal government. So, like I said.
Nah, that said the Catholic Church. That got nothing to do with federal government.
Yeah, the Catholic Church and the federal government. The Catholic Church in America, it said, had a third of the schools. But there were hundreds of schools within America. Canada didn't have anywhere near as many.
The one with the mass graves. Okay, the one with the mass graves, those were found in Canada.
I showed you Canada and I showed you America too.
No, but I was saying when you read
both.
No, I'm saying, look, Apostle, when you read about it, it's literally called Canada Indigenous Canadian Mass Graves. I have not read American mass graves.
So what, nigga? Just because you don't know about it, don't make it any less true.
I didn't read about it.
You don't know, and will argue something that you don't fucking know. That's just your problem.
So
now I'm getting upset because you're just a dumbass who don't know.
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense.
And got the nerve to argue.
Yeah, don't let him get you upset. I want to play this video because he made a comment saying, who's programming us or trying to program us or whatever. So I want to play this video. I'm gonna play a couple of scenes from it, okay?
All right. And I sent you one too, Karima.
Another one?
Okay, hold on. Okay, okay, hold on.
And went home. Never thought about this stuff. So I was like, I don't really know anybody that can answer these questions. And I reached out to this guy who I'd been watching online. His name was Kevin Shipp. And for those of you who don't know who Kevin Shipp is, he's a CIA whistleblower.
Oh, shit.
He worked in his tenure at the CIA.
This is The Big Picture, an official television report to the nation from the United States Army.
It was an OSS memo, the precursor to the CIA, where they were doing of the use of motion pictures in America as a means of psychological warfare. So it goes all the way back to pre-1947, when U.S. intelligence was using motion pictures to alter the thinking of Americans in the United States.
The morale of our troops is high. The laughter, music, and general entertainment which comes out of a single small package like this one have helped to build that morale.
The CIA is funneling information into Hollywood. Hollywood is putting out in the movies, and the population believes it.
Taxes to bury the Axis.
This document right here is a FOIA document. Anybody in America, anybody can request this. It's Freedom of Information Act. And in the 40s, they were telling you they controlled the radio stations. They controlled most of the mainstream media. They're telling you right here that motion pictures are used as psychological warfare. Why would they stop doing it?
At no time has the CIA engaged in any political activity or any intelligence activity that was not approved at the highest level.
Alan Dulles groomed and recruited Ian Fleming, and Dulles and the CIA actually helped Fleming write his books and paint the CIA in a favorable light. And they also, Dulles helped produce Thunderball to make the CIA and agents look like honorable, cool people. The CIA actually helped him write the books and write the script for that movie. And then the president of MPAA was actually providing intelligence to the CIA as an operative in that position in Hollywood.
Mr. Fleming, in your books, there's a great amount of detail. Is this detail based on personal experience? Do you make it up? Where does it come from?
Well, I can say it's 90% from personal experience, really. Of course, if I started sticking too close to the true espionage work of today, I should be in trouble with the Official Secrets Act in England, even supposing I had access to information.
Of the DOD and the CIA writing to the studio heads, guiding them in certain fashion. There's a lot of things that people talk about that are conspiracy theory, but there's some things that ring true with me. It's like, oh wow, that makes a lot of sense.
A lot of conspiracy theories.
Another program developed by the CIA after World War II was called Operation Paperclip. It's been depicted in many movies.
Not the paperclip. Any more movies?
The thing is, I'm biased. I'm going to go back to what I said.
They use symbolism.
You asked who, and I'm basically showing you that the government admit that they was, controlling and doing.
Nah, the government didn't admit that. Some weird white guy did.
No, they did, but
oh my God!
And
is there any difference between our government and some white guy?
Yeah,
is there really any difference?
Yeah, the government ran by people, not person.
Oh man, please, come on. The government is not ran by people. The people have no clue to what this government is doing or is capable of doing.
Do you know the different branches of government, sir?
Different branches?
Yeah.
Army, Air Force?
No, executive,
judgment, consecutive, superior
judicial.
court.
Right,
Yeah,
those are different
I
people.
know that.
Those are different
Yes.
people. Those are different people. That's not one person.
No. Ain't got nothing to do with people. It got to do with Illuminati.
Oh shit.
It got to do with.
All right, good night.
Yeah, good
You
night.
said Illuminati.
Yeah.
Y'all about to give me nightmares.
Anyway,
yeah.
Hey, Karima, I got some of that in this video right here that I said.
Yeah.
It's called
Another video. All right, good night, everybody. It's
Good
late
night.
over here.
All right, peace, unbiased. Thanks for coming out, brother.
Thanks
Thanks
for having
for
me.
the video. We love you.
You scared, you shaking in your boot.
I'm gonna have some nightmares.
You shaking in
All
your boot.
right, good night, everybody.
You so scared of that man.
Shalom, salam, hotep, whatever you like.
You ain't nothing but bait food.
I can't get into the debate. I can't get into the
He ain't nothing but dog food. He's dog food.
Don't do that, Apostle.
Damn, man, how you so mean?
The shit that came out of their mouth. I didn't say the shit.
Well, no, let him go. There's audience that's listening and that's watching. You don't have to entertain him, and he don't have to, be
That's
here.
true.
That's right. That's
Other
right.
people that's listening, and it's sometimes it's a distraction.
Yeah, I'm gonna go live tomorrow. Pull up.
So let's
All right, I will.
All right,
All
you
right.
can pull up, Apostle. You can pull up.
No problem. I hope Chief Sex over there with you and too.
Now, you notice over here how you didn't. You notice over here how you didn't get muted. Or
I didn't
put in the
overtalk
back
anybody.
chat.
I didn't
As soon as
overtalk
I come
anybody.
over there, you gonna mute me?
Well, yeah, because you
and you gonna
overtalked
put
me.
me
That's
in the
why.
back chat.
Well, when I was asked to be quiet, I was quiet. I didn't overtalk anybody.
Not really. Not really. But
Yeah,
it's
no, you
cool,
good.
because we allowed you to speak over here.
Yeah, but I was
We're
quiet.
not
But I didn't.
afraid of you.
But
Yeah,
I didn't.
good
I did
night.
not talk over anybody though, Apostle. You don't do that. You talk over me.
No. You talked over Indigenous quite a bit. Ask Karima.
Yeah, you did. Anytime that you stop him to ask your question, you
Hey, Karima. Now compare and contrast when he's on my show, how much over talking he does.
It's not about over talking.
Yes.
Whether
yes.
you do it or not.
I don't watch it.
That was a year.
No, I don't watch it.
I know because we don't go into conspiracy theory over there. I get it.
Yeah.
All right.
You might need to,
Right.
Nah. We're educated. Nah, we're educated. We don't do that. We're actually high school graduates.
Yeah.
We don't do.
It don't matter.
What got is the little side slurs, man. Like
I'm biased. I'm a college graduate.
Yeah, it don't matter what you is. Hold on. It don't matter what you is. We welcome all. Okay? That's the difference. We're not biased. See, when you sit there and try to just welcome certain people because they're in your league, then hey, go sip on some tea and coffee over there. We don't have a problem, but we welcome everybody over here. Okay? It don't even matter what grade level you in. You can learn something. Because how you expect to learn anything when you're sitting around people like that? They don't even welcome you there. Because you're not on that grade level. So at the end of the day, you're welcome over here to learn because you can get on that level. Build with each other. We build over here. We're not trying to tear people down and, compares and all that type of stuff. Go home.
Well, they've been trying, but they can't.
Don't let them get you. Don't let them.
No.
See,
I'm
that's
saying,
the problem.
I'll go to where they at. I'll talk to them. They can't beat me. So they come over here and try to, like Google Scholar, someone he didn't show up too. But it's what we do.
But this is how they get you.
We argue back and forth and all that stuff. So I'm guilty of that.
They get you because
But don't worry about it. Don't worry about none of that. Look, like I said,
this is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't worry about it because they be trying to get you.
The truth hurts these niggas. And when you going against their shit,
but this is what I'm saying.
They're invested so highly in, like evolution and all this stupid shit, this scientific racism that they're invested in this community, all these crazy ass theories coming from racists, from the 1800s, you know, shit like that.
But sometimes I be young.
It's like you almost gotta say, y'all should know better by now because y'all been doing this shit for way too fucking long.
I be young.
But they doing it on purpose. That's the whole thing. This is what I'm trying to tell you. They know how you is, so all they gotta do is just basically try to stop you and distract you so they can get you upset. So don't let them do that.
But I be young. I be young. Can I say something to you, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah. No disrespect to Karima or nothing. Like, I already apologized to her. The sister, she run a tight ship, and I respect her for that. Right? I respect her for that. No disrespect to you, brother. But sometimes can you say sometimes that you may be wrong? Sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. And I say that I hope I'm wrong about this shit. Because the dastardly shit that's going on out here, all these secret agencies, all this, you know, having us looking this way, looking at, you know, Beyonce or the president or the Redskins versus the Cowboys and all these things that divide us also, while they're doing the real shit behind our back. And this is just a little tiny presentation of a larger presentation of mine that goes into your philanthropists like Carnegie and Rockefeller and how they manipulated and took advantage and, you know, got their money. You know, a lot of them, you say through part of it came through slavery if their family was wealthy. You know what I'm saying? But you know these philanthropists who are controlling the narrative and creating the propaganda. Like the man who I told you before, Edwin Bernays, the son of Sigmund Freud, who I believe was floating around in the 1940s, if not, you know, like the 1930s. But I do believe he was floating around in the 1940s. We're all in the same time period. And like I said, Woodrow Wilson was the man who allowed, you know, a lot of this shit to start in 1913 by allowing the bankers to come over here and set up and create the first Federal Reserve. By allowing the schools to go through this shit as he's hyping up the Ku Klux Klan in his 1905 book and then playing a goddamn Birth of a Nation for the dignitaries who come to America to say this is why we got to do this to the black people and show them a Birth of a Nation.
Wait. Hold on. I be young.
I'm not finished, Eric. Like I said, if you don't know what the Birth of a Nation is, it's a racist ass movie that they created.
No, I know what it is.
The white man was in fucking blackface, and they were saying that it was us, and this is why they need to control us, because we unfit and all this shit, like Margaret Sanger and Galton and Darwin and all them retarded motherfuckers were saying before. They're saying the same fucking shit. You hear Bill Gates out here talking about population control. You know who started that fucking conversation? I'll take you back to the origins, nigga.
Who?
Robert Malthus. Look it up. Look up Robert Malthus.
You say who?
I won't do it. Look up Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, the motherfucker who created the race theory. They got all you motherfuckers out here talking about black and all these fucking social constructs that was given to you by your colonizer. And you were fighting die for this bullshit. Black and all these fucking terms. Look at the evolution of the goddamn map. Was America America before America was America? Hell no. It's a name.
So let me ask you this. I'll be
that they use to social engineer you for psychological entitlement.
Let me ask you this.
But that's what it is.
Let me ask you this. So when just like say for instance, when we go to travel, like me and my kids, we go to travel or whatever across the United States or wherever you're gonna go. What do you check when you put down when they check? Are you Black American or are you Native American? What do you check?
I would check black. I would check black. You know, but you know, like I said.
But I'm saying, why do you get so uptight? Why do you get up so uptight? We already knew what
Johann Blumenbach, what he did.
Know nothing about that shit till I started talking about
No,
it.
no,
You a damn lie. You a damn lie.
brother, you know me and you.
There was nobody in this community talking
Brother,
about this
brother.
shit. I brought it in.
Brother, you don't mean brother, you know me and you was talking about it last year. Me and you was just talking about it.
Talking about in 2019 when I came into the goddamn community, and I've been trying to tell these niggas this ever fucking since. And now I'm just finally getting, just a little bit of recognition to get my shit out there, because I was trying to give it to JJ and different people, Judah, different people to present it, because I didn't even want to get on here. Because I don't like dealing with people. But I'm telling you, like I said, take it however you want it. But when you go back and look at it, you will see how ignorant you are. Look at the fucking videos. They're telling you about how your public school system was set up then, how it's set up now. You're still dealing with a Rockefeller public school system today. It's the same setup. It comes from the fucking Prussians, okay? The Prussian school system is what they took their model from, and they were mass controllers of the masses. All of those terms, propaganda, pushing you, telling you to lie, keep on saying the same shit over and over again, and you start believing the stupid shit.
Okay, you done?
Hey, E, can I tell you something, E?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
In 1977, I got married for the first
Mhm.
time in my life.
Mm-hmm.
In 1980, since the records came out, I put other. And I've been writing other ever since.
Wait a minute, since 1977?
1980.
Oh, since 1980? Okay, because I was born in 1980.
1977, I got married.
Okay.
And in 1980, I've been writing other. Because
So,
I'm not a Negro.
what does your passport say? What does your passport say?
I don't have a passport.
Okay.
My birth certificate says Negro. I've been writing other. Because I'm not a Negro. I'm not black. I'm not colored. I'm not African American. I'm not Afro-American. I'm other.
Have you worked for yourself since 1980?
No.
So you work for a company?
I work for a company.
So when you
and
work
in the state of Maryland, I put down number 1.
What was that? Number 1. What was that?
It represents colored, but it doesn't say colored. Negro. You're either in the state of Maryland.
I've never seen that kind of system.
In the state of Maryland, you're either 1, 2, or 3. When the police pull you over, they say you're number 1 male. That's black. Or you're number 1, you're number 2 male. That's white. Or you're number 3 male. If they ask me, I'll say number 3.
Okay.
Well, Apostle, look, this is where, like I said, this conversation, has been long had, but ain't none of us in America that can say that we ain't got mixture in us.
Right. It's not about mixture.
So why don't you just call yourself human instead of
right?
Look, in our culture, we can choose to use whatever name we can use. Nigga, we can use black, but we have to choose this shit, man.
The problem is
we can't keep on allowing these motherfuckers to label us, and then they keep telling the fucking lie over and over again, and it gets told so many times that we started believing in our damn self.
The problem is everybody that exists on planet today ain't human. That's the problem. There are people that exist on the planet today, they otherwise look human, but they ain't human. They ain't Homo sapien sapien, although they look it. Everybody ain't Homo sapien sapien. And the thing is, you're right. That's the tragic thing about it. And that's what we're being diverted from. Everybody ain't Homo sapien sapien. There are different species and always has been. They know that. They know that. But, you know, be it for me. Because when I looked at those people you were showing that was in them schools, they look no different from Chile of TLC. Chile looked just like them. Even Left Eye looked just like them. And my family members look just like them. I got family members that look indigenous. I got family members that look African.
Let me ask you this, Apostle. You say you got some Native American on your side, right?
My mother's grandmother, my great-great-grandmother, according to Ancestry.com, is full-blooded Cherokee. Full-blooded. Not demeaning her husband.
Okay.
Her husband was half Cherokee and half Creek. And part Negro. And
Yeah,
my
I'm still searching myself because
and my mother's father was 3 generations pure African.
yeah, I'm still searching myself because my cousins them and my auntie and them, they say we was Indian, but you know I come from a Hebrew background. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So do I.
But
my father.
But it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to kind of differentiate. You know whether you Hebrew or you Indian. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Why should you differentiate from either? Look, if that's what your makeup is, hold on. If that's what your makeup is, brother, if you take any part of that makeup that makes you away, you don't exist anymore.
I got 2 fathers, man.
What you mean? What you mean by that, RB? What you mean by
What
that?
I'm saying, brother?
What you mean?
What I'm saying? I said you take any part of you, like you say the Indian part, you take that away, you don't exist.
I got
or like I said, you are not even a whole of yourself. There's like I said, all the mixing that we have been through, everybody is mixed. There ain't no 100% nothing in this motherfucking world. Ain't no 100% black, ain't no 100% white. All this shit is retarded. Just like I said, you let them white people go out there and get a fucking DNA test and see if they don't got some sub-Saharan African in their DNA. Most of them. That's just the whole point. It's all these fucking lies and propaganda that's being told to you. And if they did take the fucking DNA test, they'd have to go into the 1-drop rule because the motherfucker would show that they got black in them.
Right. One thing I can't deny is the man that raised me for 65 years, who I thought was my father, that I called my father, he was not my biological father. When I was 65 years old, I found out who my father was. He died in 1980. He was a Sephardic Jew.
Who farted?
Yeah, that's what's up.
Who farted?
Sephardic.
Sephardic.
Yeah, who farted? He was a Sephardic Jew. His ancestry, not him, but his ancestry goes back to Iberia, goes back to Portugal.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with Apostle. That's what I was saying. I was talking to my older cousin Michael earlier today, and he was telling me about on our grandfather's side that we got Indians. So it's so hard for me to trace back. We trying to trace back. How far do you go back?
Right, I go back
that's
7
my thing.
generations.
How far do you go back?
I can go back 7 generations to 1767, September the 16th, 1767. My 7th generation grandfather, who was born 2 days before the ship docked. 1767.
Yeah.
That's where I go back to St. Augustine, Florida. 2 days before the ship docked in St. Augustine, Florida. But you look at my son that's on my right, his mother is dark as Karima. My son that's on the left, his mother is light, damn near white.
Oh, okay.
Left looks a little darker.
The left, well, yeah, the left, well, excuse me, the one on the right, the one on the right of me, mother is dark skinned. The one on the left of me, his mother's light skinned.
Hey, Apostle, hey, drop your information in the back chat.
I can drop my whole history.
Drop your information. I'm saying drop your number, bro, so I can talk to you, bro. I want to talk to you. Yeah.
Can we start that next video, please? And I'll stop here because this is what we dealing with. And I appreciate you showing that video too, Kareem, because that did show. We can delve into MK Ultra. We can delve into the Tuskegee experiment. We can delve into how slaves were used as victims of scientists, and doctors and things of that nature.
Let me ask you this, IBM. What was going to be y'all topic?
I can't play in that video, but the government actually admit that they use they're involved into Hollywood and things like that. And I couldn't play some of the things, but it was a experiment that they did on the children in the classroom with electromagnums and stuff like that too. So the video is deep.
Yeah. Well, see, Kareem, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they use the media. And I'm talking about the elites, okay? Just like I said, we've talked about, Carnegie, Rockefeller, the ones who control the banking systems. And the Federal Reserve was first created in England, okay, family? And the Rothschilds was the one who had a lot to do with that.
Yeah.
And then they took over there in Europe, and then they brought the shit over here. So they were doing it to their own first. You understand? If this money, this debt slave era that we're in now, you know what I'm saying? This is all by design. And if you want to go back to the inception, you can go to it's an island off of South Carolina where they had that meeting. It was some of them have people sitting in for them, but it was just the Carnegies, Rockefellers, Vanderbilts, people like that. And they signed this thing trying to get it passed through the government. They said no, and then they renamed it Federal Reserve a couple years later because they're going to keep trying because they've done it before. Andrew Jackson shut them down and said no, he didn't want the bankers running the United States, so he kicked them out. But then maybe the next president let them back in. Well, Woodrow Wilson was one of them who let them back in, but this time they come to stay, and they set up the Federal Reserve. So this 1913, he was president. 1921, but he allowed, even with the public schools, he was involved with that too. So you got to look up, the racist Woodrow Wilson because we know he was a racist. His book said it, and he was promoting the birth of a nation. Playing it at the White House.
The birth of a nation. They showed the birth of a nation at the White House, right?
They use Margaret Sanger said, we don't want the Negroes to know that we want to exterminate them, so the minister is the one that we'll use to quell any more of their rebellious members. Beyonce and Jay-Z out here calling themselves philanthropists and all this shit. What the hell has Michael Jordan done except stick his tongue out his goddamn mouth? All this shit all these people pushing it now because you got the television, you got the radio. Back then they didn't have it. You know, these were new inventions that they did. The television, the radio, you know what I'm saying? Once you get that motherfucker, you can promote the message all over the goddamn world in a second. And now that you got this goddamn social media, you know, it gets around a whole lot faster than the radio or the television ever could. See what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this, IBM.
And the reason why it's gotten so bad is because of television, because of the radio first, then here comes the television, where they can promote the message. Everybody's watching Channel 7 and watching Dick Van Dyke, and they promoting fucking shit on there. And, you know, and Edward Bernays taught them how to do it. He's the one who created public relations, which is just a word for propaganda that, you know, but they didn't want to use propaganda because Hitler was using that term. So he created public relations. The nephew of Sigmund Freud.
Let me ask you this, IBM.
Just like Galton, the creator of eugenics, was the first cousin of Charles Darwin.
Let me ask you this, IBM. IBM, let me ask you this. What was you raised when you came up? What was you raised? Like what religion was you raised in?
Baptist. Baptist, you know.
Oh, okay.
I don't like to say Christian because Christian is a social construct too, given by the Roman and the Roman supporters in Antioch.
No, I just wanted to ask because I was raised Baptist too, bro. I was raised Baptist too, man. Shit, that stuff had me. You know what? I ain't gonna say it had me all the way. You know, I love my grandmama, my aunties. You know, it did. You know, a lot of good, but you know, as I grew older, I grew out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
you know,
I'll be the first to tell you I was raised.
you didn't grow all the way out of it because we prayed the other day. Remember?
I was raised.
You say what? You say what?
I was confused.
You don't remember we prayed for you? Asked us to pray for you that night, for you and your brothers and them.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, I thought that was you.
Yeah, it don't matter.
No, that wasn't me, brother.
Listen. See, I was raised Pentecostal. I was raised full gospel. I was raised holiness. I was raised fundamentalist. It all depends on what church I went to. I was Baptist when I went to a Baptist church. I was Pentecostal when I went to a Pentecostal church. I was full gospel when I went to a full gospel church. I was non-denominational when I went to a non-denominational church. I was confused. I was a holy roller. That means I rolled up and down the pews. I tarried for the Holy Ghost. I did all those things that I was told that I had to do. Not knowing I didn't have to do any of it. Not knowing that I didn't have to do any of it. But I was so glad that I wasn't drug addicted. I welcomed all of it. I was so glad that I was free from drug addiction. I welcomed all of it. When I turned 18 years old, my parents moved from Southeast to PG County, Maryland. DC police, when I woke up around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock, they were sitting out in front of my house in PG County, Maryland. DC police. They were sitting there. They knew I knew they were sitting there. They wanted me to know I knew they were sitting there. If I got into a car, they followed me. If I got on the bus, they followed me. Until I was 22 years old. And it took a couple of months of me going nowhere but from home to church, home to church, home to church, home to church, because when I turned 22 in the month of February, in a church service on a Wednesday night, I got delivered. And I never used drugs again. Not one day in my life.
Thank you, Jesus.
All right?
Yep.
My brother came downstairs one day. I was sitting on the back of my mother's couch looking out the window. I was looking at the sky because the first time in my life I saw a painting in the sky that only God could paint. And it mesmerized me. And my son said, my youngest brother said, I know I ain't going to that damn church. He was coming down the steps. He said, my brother's sitting over there looking at the sky like a damn fool. But within 6 months, he got saved. I had 4 brothers older than me. Within a year, they all got saved. Because of me. Excuse me. Father, forgive me. Forgive me. Because of God. And what he done in my life. That's just how long it took them to come around. Nobody understood what in the hell was going on in my life. Nobody.
God did.
Yeah. Believe that. And it took
You
into...
got that other video that I sent you? Just the last one? That's Kareem, are you there?
Historian Howard Zinn wrote, "If those in charge of our society, politicians, corporate executives, and owners of press and television, can dominate our ideas, they will be secure in their power. They will not need soldiers patrolling the streets. We will control ourselves." In this day and age, we are exposed to enormous amounts of propaganda, some of which is used for the purpose of manipulating us into thinking and acting in ways which only further the interests of small minorities. The purpose of this lecture is to examine propaganda and communicate information which will hopefully enable individuals to arm themselves against the dangerous effects of propaganda. It should be noted that we will draw largely from the classic work by Jacques Ellul, Propaganda, the Formation of Men's Attitudes. Propaganda can be defined as a type of persuasion tactic which displays 3 general characteristics. Firstly, propaganda is deliberately made by an individual or group of individuals, called the propagandist, for the purpose of manipulating individuals into adopting certain ideas and behaviors. Secondly, propaganda never presents an issue in a clear and unbiased manner. Instead, propaganda attempts to present one side of an issue as if it were an absolute truth. Adolf Hitler, who with the help of his propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels implemented one of the most massive propaganda campaigns of the 20th century, captured this characteristic with these words: "The function of propaganda is not to make an objective study of the truth and then set it before the masses with academic fairness. Its task is to serve our own right, always and unflinchingly."
What was the process of actually putting this all together?
Many hours of finding the right camera angles and watching it.
The first trouble started just after 1 o'clock.
45 pages, here it is right here.
Somber day for the country.
Finally, propaganda tends to use psychological manipulation tactics and to play on the emotions and prejudices of individuals so as to convince them that the idea, action, or attitude they adopted was one they chose through their own personal volition. This last feature of propaganda is what can make it especially dangerous. Jacques Ellul provided a chilling description of the individual whose personality has been thoroughly molded by propaganda. When he recites his propaganda lesson and says that he is thinking for himself, when his eyes see nothing and his mouth only produces sounds previously stenciled into his brain, when he says that he is indeed expressing his judgment, then he really demonstrates that he no longer thinks at all, ever, and that he does not exist as a person. It should be noted that as a persuasion tactic, propaganda is value neutral, or in other words, neither good nor bad. The 20th century propaganda theorist Howard Laswell wrote that propaganda as a tool is no more moral or immoral than a pump handle. While propaganda is merely a tool, moral judgments can be made regarding the ends for which propaganda is used, and it is because propaganda has so often been used for nefarious purposes that today it is widely considered as evil in and of itself. Propaganda, according to Philip Taylor, author of Munitions of the Mind, can be distinguished from education in that while propaganda tells people what to think, education teaches people how to think. However, as educational systems have long been used as vehicles to disseminate propaganda, the distinction between education and propaganda is often blurry. As a persuasion tactic, propaganda in one form or another has been used for virtually the entire course of human history. Yet the word propaganda was first used in 1622. In that year, Pope Gregory XV established the Congregation for the Propagation of the Faith. The main function of the congregation was to defend the doctrines of Catholicism against challenges arising from the Protestant Reformation. The early 20th century is usually identified as an important turning point in the history of propaganda, as it was during this period that so-called modern propaganda emerged. What differentiates modern propaganda from all earlier forms of propaganda is the use of mass media, such as radio and television, as a medium to disseminate propaganda. Britain and the United States were the first countries to utilize mass media in this manner, and thus the countries where modern propaganda originated. The utilization of mass media allowed propagandists to reach audiences on a scale never before imagined. The American George Creel, author of the book How We Advertised America, is considered one of the forefathers of modern propaganda. Creel was a friend of Woodrow Wilson, who was the president during America's entry into World War I. Wilson called on George Creel to organize a committee which came to be known as the Committee on Public Information, or the Creel Commission, whose purpose was to create propaganda in order to transform the attitude of the American population into one of war-hungry patriotic excitement. As Noam Chomsky explained, such a propaganda campaign was highly successful. The Creel Commission succeeded within 6 months in turning a pacifist population into a hysterical warmongering population which wanted to destroy everything German, tear the Germans limb from limb, go to war and save the world. Britain also made extensive use of propaganda during World War I, and Hitler, who once famously stated, "Propaganda, propaganda, propaganda, all that matters is propaganda," was intrigued by the success of the Allied war propaganda. Explaining the effect such propaganda had on him, Hitler wrote, "But it was not until the war that it became evident what immense results can be obtained by a correct application of propaganda. Here again, unfortunately, all our study had to be done on the enemy side, for the activity on our side was modest, to say the least. For what we failed to do, the enemy did with amazing skill in really brilliant calculation. I myself learned enormously from this enemy war propaganda." One of the most prevalent types of propaganda, and the type which will concern us for the remainder of the lecture, is political propaganda. Political propaganda is propaganda used by a government, state, or political party for the purpose of altering the ideas and behavior of individuals in order to achieve certain political or economic ends. All political propaganda is vertical propaganda, in the sense that it is made by a propagandist who creates and implements propaganda while standing over and above the ignorant population. Classic propaganda, as one usually thinks of it, is a vertical propaganda, in the sense that it is made by a leader, a technician, a political or religious head who acts from the superior position of his authority and seeks to influence the crowd below. Such propaganda comes from above. it is conceived in the secret recesses of political enclaves. It uses all technical methods of centralized mass communication. It envelops a mass of individuals, but those who practice it are on the outside. People often assume that political propaganda mainly consists of lies, fabrications, and extreme distortions of reality. Hitler is famous for claiming the bigger the lie, the more likely it will be believed, while Arthur Ponsonby, the author of the book Falsehood in Wartime, once wrote, "When war is declared, truth is the first victim." Yet, as Ilol pointed out, although political propaganda sometimes consists of big lies, modern political propagandists more often than not are committed to the use of true facts. In other words, true facts are chosen and presented to the public, yet only for the purpose of supporting and substantiating false and distorted interpretations of events. The reasoning behind this tactic is that if one questions the interpretation put forth by the propagandist can provide evidence that the facts they presented were true, and therefore fool the public into thinking that their interpretations must also be true. Propaganda is necessarily false when it interprets and colors facts and imputes meaning to them. It is true when it serves up the plain fact, but does so only for the sake of establishing a pretense, and only as an example of the interpretation that it supports with that fact. Another common misconception about political propaganda is the belief that the masses would be better off without it. While such a view seems fairly sensible, Ilol thoroughly disagreed with it. Rather, Ilol believed that political propaganda imposes meaning and intelligibility on the often chaotic course of world events. While individuals of centuries past would often look to the church to provide such explanations, now more often than not, people look to politicians. And it is political propagandists who impose order and coherence on history through the creation of stories which place the state in an almost deified position. Propaganda eliminates anxieties stemming from irrational and disproportionate fears, for it gives man assurances equivalent to those formerly given him by religion. It offers him a simple and clear explanation of the world in which he lives, to be sure, a false explanation far removed from reality, but one that is obvious and satisfying. It hands him a key with which he can open all doors. There is no more mystery. Everything can be explained thanks to propaganda. It gives him special glasses through which he can look at present-day history and clearly understand what it means. It hands him a guideline with which he can recover the general line running through all incoherent events. Now the world ceases to be hostile and menacing.
If you have an hour this week, you can learn 100 songs on the piano by learning just 4 chords. These.
To conclude this lecture, we will consider the role of propaganda in modern-day democracies. A democracy is based on the notion that the voting population has influence on the policies which a government implements. However, Ilol proposed that modern propaganda has given democratic governments the power to desecrate the democratic process by increasingly deciding on policies independent of the voting population. After policies have been created by those in positions of power, propaganda is then used to shape public opinion and manipulate the voting population into desiring exactly what the government has already decided to do. The point is to make the masses demand of the government what the government has already decided to do. If it follows this procedure, the government can no longer be called authoritarian, because the will of the people demands what is being done. As Ilol warned, when a democratic government uses propaganda to convince the masses to want what it has already decided to do, in reality a democracy no longer exists. Once democracy becomes the object of propaganda, it also becomes as totalitarian, authoritarian, and exclusive as dictatorship. With his critique of modern democracy, Ilol was in no way attacking it solely for the sake of discrediting it, nor in his analysis of propaganda was he belittling the modern individual who he thought to be a willing victim of propaganda. On the contrary, as he explains in the following passage, Ilol thought that to warn one of the dangers which propaganda poses both to society and the individual is of the greatest service to mankind. For it is only when a danger is recognized as a danger that mankind can fight against it. To warn a political system of the menace hanging over it does not imply an attack against it, but is the greatest service one can render the system. The same goes for man. To warn him of his weakness is not to attempt to destroy him, but rather to encourage him to strengthen himself. I insist that to give such a warning is an act in the defense of man, that I am not judging propaganda with Olympian detachment, and that having suffered, felt, and analyzed the impact of the power of propaganda on myself, I want to speak of it as a menace which threatens the total personality.
Meet
What do you see, Karima?
Hey, IBM, let me clarify something real quick, man. Real quick. Because I talked about being saved and salvation. I don't want to mislead anybody into thinking that I'm already saved. It's a process. So when I use the terminology that I got saved or when I got saved, what I mean is when I came into the knowledge of Christ and the forgiveness of sin. When I came into the knowledge of that, I don't want to mislead anybody to thinking that I'm saying I'm in the kingdom when I know it's a process. Although Romans 4:16 says we call those things that be not as though they are. So I do claim salvation in Christ, not because of what I've done, but because of what Christ's done. I just didn't want to leave that hanging out there like that. But I put my phone number in the chat, man.
Yeah. I got you. I got your information, brother. Yep. I'm definitely gonna link up with you, brother.
Okay, bro.
Yeah. I look forward to linking up with you.
Hear what Karima got to say too. Go ahead, E, but I would like to hear what Karima got to say about that propaganda video. What she was trying to show, it kind of broke it down into a little portion. Instead of having to watch a long video, you just break it down into a little portion, and like I said, it's self-explanatory how this shit works, and how they use it. And these terms were weaponized, just like eugenics meant better health back in the day. But now it means, the destruction of all colored people to save the white race.
Yes, sir.
You see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Just like the term evolution was, but then here comes Darwin, he weaponizes the term.
Right.
You see?
Right.
So propaganda, like they said, doesn't mean it's good or bad.
Right.
You're trying to sway person in your vote to vote for you, and stuff like that, and they use different. But like I said, when you weaponize it to program the masses, like they're saying in these articles, in their books, to your goddamn face, and they use the media and anything, it used to be, like I said, it used to be, the presidents riding around on rail cars and spreading a message. Word of mouth, word of mouth takes a whole lot longer to get around. But then you get the radio and everybody's getting the updates. Then you get the television, and the television giving you updates, and motherfuckers can make, subliminal messaging and all that other shit like Edward Bernays taught them how to do, to make you want that shit, even though you don't need it. To make you want to, to follow behind them, because they've told this lie so much, they got you believing it. Just like we had to go to over there, Saddam Hussein, or Bin Laden. Who was the one that said they had yellow cake and fucking aluminum tubes, like Dave Chappelle said? Relying on them goddamn people, killed hundreds of thousands of people over there for their oil and resources and shit. And they got us over here wanting to go over there and kick their motherfucking ass because they said they blew up the World Trade Centers. See what I'm saying? That's programming.
Yeah, Shaul ben Israel. You want to have a discussion with me on Edom? Who's the white man? We can do that. But Edom mixed his seed with all nations on the earth, not just with the white man. I'm not one West. Okay? So if you say he didn't mix his seed with the white man, well, we can have that conversation. Because I believe he mixed his seed with all men.
Shaul ben Israel, I'm powered by the Most High. Like I said, I'm not in here telling no lies. And Hazel, you look up the Americanization of the French. They're, it's going on. They talk about how they dress. They take the McDonald's over there and all that shit. So that just look up Americanization of Africans, because they do it to them in their own homelands too.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Gotten them dancing and rap, got them dressing like us. Just like I said, just from our culture alone, they owe us billions. From country, from soul music, they stole it and called it country. Rock and roll came along. Our fellows out there doing the rock and roll, they just took that shit. They was like, fuck, we just want to snatch that shit from you. We ain't gonna change the name like we did with soul to country. We just gonna take the fucking name from you. And then they got K-pop and all this shit, R&B, and you got all these countries out here rapping, dressing just like us, wanting Levi's and all that other shit. Programming, sis.
Yeah,
like I said.
Yeah, and Shaul ben Israel, no, I don't believe in the virgin birth. Okay? And I can show that is the influence of the Roman Church. That is the influence of the Roman Catholic Church.
People and American natives to go into slavery through the papal bulls over there during the Spanish Inquisition. That's how easy this shit is for me.
Dumb verses and papal bulls. I will show that. Don't even get. And 325 AD, Constantine the Great and the Council of Nicaea, they appointed that, along with making the appointment of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. 3 in 1.
And if you want to know where the Grecians come from, Alexander in 332 BC.
Whose father?
A couple years later, and then what they say, what a lot of them say is Ptolemy.
Right.
The Ptolemies took over after him because Alexander was the leader at the time, but he died at like 36. So he got there, lived a couple years, and then Ptolemy took over.
Right. Alexander the Great's father.
That's where you get your Grecians and your Hellenists that they're talking about in the Bible hundreds of years later.
Right. And the Hellenists is no different than King Herod, who was Herodotus, inherited. Listen, man.
Yeah, they were the ones that ran into Africa.
Right.
They were the ones that ran into Africa, even like in Jesus' time.
Philip's daddy was Zophar.
Hold on, Apostle. The Grecians ran away over there to the Greeks, and the true Jews stayed and were massacred.
Right. Right.
And they said millions of Jews flooded into Africa at that time. Abraham was there. Jesus stayed there for a little while. Joseph was there. Who else?
Right.
Abraham.
Right. Peter, Paul. All of them were there. They died there. Only the Jews after them fled into Africa. The point is, Zepho was the son of Esau, who was the father of Philip, the father of Alexander the Macedonian. So what are you talking about?
Yep.
And not only that.
Hold on, Apostle. You know what gets me? When these niggas is talking about Hamites and Shemites.
Right.
These niggas is really talking about Hamites and Shemites. Nigga, you talking about Ham and Shem.
Right.
They had the lands. They gave them to their sons.
Right.
You have Mizraim, who is Egypt. Cush is Ethiopia.
Right.
And the Middle East wasn't always a separate part because those empires ruled that area, some of the southern area, and even the name Havilah over there is in the Bible. They say that the river comes down past Havilah. Havilah is one of those kids in that lineage from Shem or Ham too.
Right. Nimrod was a Hamite. Nimrod was a
Why you sitting
Hamite.
here talking about Hamites and Hamitic and Shemitic when we know the origins of the words come from Ham and Shem?
Right.
So we're talking about the origins of the Garden of Eden, and then the ones that came after that, like Noah and all. You know what I'm saying? Their kids haven't owned that land, and even to this day, some of their names are still on that fucking land. Like they call each other Hamites and Semites.
Right. As a matter of fact, Esau had children with Ishmael. He had children with the Canaanites. Esau had black children as well as white children, as well as non-human beings, as in Horites, cave dwellers. Look up the word in troglodyte nigger. Cave dwellers. Esau mixed his seed with everything.
A generic nigga.
Yeah, non-human. Esau mixed his seed with Neanderthal.
Yeah. Well, that's the same reason why most of those Southern Europeans didn't get called white until the 1960s.
Right. It ain't got nothing to do with white and black. More to do with black and red. Different tones of copper. But you silly ass black. And Shaul, you calling your name Shaul Ben. Like that means something to me. Okay? Because it ain't Ben, it's Bon. Yasharallah, not Israel. Shaul Bon, Yasharallah. Then you show me you know something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like I said, they're just using the terms from the Bible, the scriptures, Hamitic and Semitic, to describe these people. When, like I said, at one point in time, there was who was the other one? Ham, Shem, and Japheth. They chose not to live with Noah no more, and they chose to go into their own land.
Hold on. How is Ishmael Hamitic when Ishmael is Abraham's son? Huh? If Ishmael is Abraham's son, how is he Hamitic? See, that shows me right there, you don't know what the hell you talking about.
Yes, and if they all would have stayed together instead of splitting up from Noah like he wanted them to, and living together in the the lands, the vast lands that they had.
Ishmael.
We wouldn't be we probably wouldn't be having these conversations about
right. The closest
from the beginning of time that man has been fucked up. We fucked up from the beginning. Adam and Eve, they started the shit. The first family couldn't even get shit right. So that just shows you how ignorant that humans can be.
The closest.
The first family couldn't even get it right. You given every fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? You can play fetch with a dinosaur in the garden and all that shit. But you chose to do otherwise.
Ishmael was raised in the house of his mother. It don't matter what house he's raised in. It's who his father was. It's who he was. Ishmael was a Shemitic. He spoke a Shemitic language. He was Hebrew. You don't know what you're talking about. He was not Egyptian like his mother. Ishmael was Hebrew. You don't know what you're talking about.
Who is that? Who is that? A brother in the chat?
Yeah, named Shaul. He didn't carry his mother's identity. Abraham had 8 sons, and they were all Shemitic. How you going to sit here and embarrass yourself? You going to call yourself Shaul ben Israel. You know Israel is Greek. Do you know that? The word Israel is Greek. That's why it's pronounced Israel and not Israel, because there is no I in the Greek language. It's only an E, Israel.
Well, let's talk about how many times that these places were conquered or conquered other places and moved in and mixed with these people around the Mediterranean. And it's just right around the corner from Egypt, so it's not, it's just on the bend of the Mediterranean there.
Take it from me and change your name to Shaul ben Yasharala.
How the mixing happened in between them warring amongst each other back and forth all up and down the Mediterranean.
If you don't take nothing I got to say, change it to Shaul ben Yasharala. Because other than that, you're talking bullshit. Some Yiddish bullshit.
But yeah, is Karima there? I was gonna say,
Oh no. Y'all gonna get ready to close?
yeah, I was gonna get ready.
You better believe it. I have that authority to wake up the dead, humble the God. I have that. God, the Most High gave me that authority. Because among the living there are many dead that needs to be raised. I have that authority. My voice is like that of thunder.
All right, Kareem. What did you think about that last video, Kareem? Did that kind of go over what you was playing and stuff?
Yeah, he actually explained it.
You've been
What
on
was
top
going
of it
on?
all day, man.
Actually, go right along with that.
Try to keep it simple and plain, and give everybody understanding of how we was programmed, the things that program us, the people who implemented these programs, this weaponized programming tactics. And like I said, I didn't have time to show Evan Bernays, but he has a book called Propaganda. And the first line on the first page, he says it, what they're doing. And, so this is, and he's the nephew of Sigmund Freud, who was the psychoanalysis, the things that you were talking about in that paper right there, sis. The psychoanalysis, that comes from Sigmund Freud, sis.
Yeah, let me say this, I'll be here real quick. Shaul ben Israel.
Let me lay my plane.
Okay, go ahead.
MK Ultra and all those things, we know that they exist. We know that the Tavistock Institute exists, and Bernays was a big part of that also. You see what I'm saying? It is mass programming, mass mind altering, or psychological, dealing with that type. That's Bernays. Freud. And then when you're dealing with the public relation in the program, you're dealing with his nephew, Edwin Bernays. So Freud to Bernays,
Right.
and that's how that goes right there. You can look them up, and they'll tell you all about it.
Right. Shaul ben Israel. That don't bring me to salvation. You're right. Knowing your name, it'll just bring you to the truth of who you are. And that's important. Not to a lie, but to the truth of who you are. It might not bring you to salvation. At least it'll bring you to the truth of who you describing yourself to be. At least use your proper language. Know what you're speaking, when you're speaking it, and how you're speaking. Other than that, you're speaking rubbish. You're speaking pig Latin. Yiddish dialect. You're not speaking the original Hebrew. Know that for a fact. And if you're going to call on the name of Yah, at least show him the respect and call him by his true name. Not no Yahweh, not no Baal, not no El. Call him by his name, Yahweh. Because it's only deliverance in his name, Yahweh.
And Karima, you got to remember that who runs the music industry? Which family? Y'all got to remember too. Who runs the music industry? Who runs sports entertainment? What is these people's last names? What is their religion? Without saying it, what I'm saying, just I'm not gonna say it, but we know what it is. And these are just agents. These are just like the boule, the black boule. They go to college and they become, promoters of their sorority or secret society is what I call it. We have a lot of those, in America too. But the boule are, they just puppets.
You're right.
Like Jay-Z. But the president is even a puppet to these people, the queen. Because if they control all the money of the world, it don't matter who sits on the motherfucking throne. It don't matter who your president is. It don't matter about how big you are in the movies. None of that shit matters. If you, just like Meyer and Cheryl Rothschild said, whoever controls the purse strings controls the world.
That's it.
So they're controlling the money, and they're controlling the world. And they got all the countries in America with the Federal Reserve or Central Bank or whatever the hell you want to call it. They're all over the globe now, in every place. That's why they're fighting against the U.S. dollar right now, BRICS. At this point right now, that means Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and South America. India and China has 1.5 billion people in it. So that's 1.5 billion each. That's 3 billion just in those two countries alone. There are 3 billion people. There's only, they say 8 billion now. But then you add Africa to it, which Egypt, fucking Ethiopia, Iran, a couple other countries just joined BRICS too. So it ain't just the southern countries. South Africa, they're up north now too. They're buying into BRICS, getting rid of the U.S. dollar. Look up BRICS and Operation Sandman, where they're saying 100 countries will go at the U.S. dollar and, send it back or whatever and then make it drop dramatically. And this has been done throughout history before. This is not the first place that it's been done. But, like I said, that's what we're looking at right now. You got BRICS over there, and then you got the World Economic Forum telling us that we're going to own nothing and be happy. That's the WEF, the World Economic Forum. Charles Schwab, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, George Soros, all these motherfuckers, and the list goes on. All these big money motherfuckers out here is in the World Economic Forum, making up the decisions for us because they say that we would revert back. This is what Sigmund Freud says in his, psychoanalysis. He says that left to our own devices, we will revert back to our savage state. We go back animalistic, so without a great measure of help from them. Just like Bill Gates says. Just like George Soros says. Just like Elon Musk says. They're saying we can't think for ourselves. These are the same things that Darwin and Margaret Sanger and those people were saying. So, like I said, their story is a never-ending story, and you got to know your history and the weapons they use against you in order to be able to combat the weapons. If you don't know what the hell they got, how the hell you gonna know how to combat it? You don't know shit about it. Like I said, you got to know the weapons that they use against you. If you keep, and they say if you gotta remember your history, because if not, you'll repeat it. And that's what we keep doing. Keep on repeating the same mistakes of our ancestors.
Exact. And we don't know the fundamentals. We don't know the fundamentals. And when somebody shows up to teach us, instead of us seeking to understand, we tend to argue and debate. And we debate issues that are not even on subject. Shaul was talking about Aramaic. I'm not talking about Aramaic. I'm talking about the proper language and the way it was intended to be spoken by our people. The way the Most High gave it to us. Not the way the white man gave it to us. After he flipped it, switched it, and turned it around.
Just like the Catholic Church with Christianity.
Right. I'm talking about taking it back to its original pronunciation.
They were calling Barnabas and Simeon niggas.
Right. Where it had the authority. Because there is no power in the name of Jesus. I don't care how much they say it. There is. Say this, look. No power in the name of Jesus. 400 years ago, no one was calling on that name. It did not exist. It is a modern terminology of the New English alphabet. There was nobody talking about Jesus 2,000 years ago. Oh, it's power to that name. It's healing in that name. We can make things sound as beautiful and cordial as we want. There never was a person that exists 2,000 years ago that was named Jesus by any translation of the word or transliteration of the word.
But if you tell a lie long enough, what happens, Apostle?
People believe it. They think it's been around for years. But all it took me to do was pick up a King James 1611 Bible, open it up and read it. And what name did I see? I didn't see Jesus. I saw Isus. I-S-U-S. I-E-S-U-S. Isus. Not Jesus. It was pronounced Isus. And it does not mean Jesus. It comes from the Latin word Jesus, which comes from the Greek word aus, which is the call on the name of Zeus. Now, why I'm having such a hard time convincing people? Because they don't want to know the truth.
Yeah. Well, I would say like Yeshua or,
I can deal with those names also. I can deal with Yeshua, Hoshua, Ashua. I can deal with all of those names.
Yeah.
Even the name Yeshua.
Yeah.
I can deal with the name Yahusha.
But you have people out here saying that the G didn't exist during Jesus' time.
It didn't. It didn't. Not even the word Joshua. His name was.
We gotta change Jacob. We gotta change Joshua.
Jacob.
We gotta change.
There was no Jacob. There was no James. Listen, none of that existed. Even Peter.
Jerusalem.
There was no Jerusalem. There was no Peter. There was no John. All of these names have been given. All of these names.
Social constructs.
One thing he's correct. Paul's name was Shaul. His Hebrew name. His Greek name was Paul. P-A-apostrophe-A-L. Paul. That was his name.
There's one more thing. We have to define a social construct because we have so many people out here trying to use, the information but don't know the full meaning of, what a social construct is. A social construct is a term given by one group, placed on another group, and that other group eventually adopts that name onto itself.
Right. So what we have is this here. There's a difference between literation and translation. Transliteration. Say, for instance, if my name is James Brown, we know brown is a color. So it's pronounced different from language to language, the word brown. But the word James is not a color. Okay?
James Negro.
Yeah. So what you do in transliteration, you translate a name to the closest of a corresponding language that you can. In other words, if your name was, if you was a Masonite, well, what is a Masonite? Someone that works with concrete. If you was a millite, what is a millite? Someone that works with metal. You see, you translate these names accordingly. If you were a freedman, you translate that name accordingly to the word freedman. But other names are not transliterated, they're translated. James Brown would be James Brown. I don't give a shit if he's being announced in Germany or Spanish. He will be called James Brown. That's his name.
Through the promotion of the television and the propaganda and things that, which probably the propaganda, you're promoting your albums and stuff like that.
Exactly.
James Brown around the world, so everybody's going to call him James Brown because that's what he's known as. And he's known around the world because they promote. Look, and you don't get promoted like that if you ain't doing something for these motherfuckers. That's why I keep on saying Jay-Z and Beyonce and Cardi B and even Obama and all of them.
Right. Their names don't change. Who they are. Cardi B ain't gonna change. She's Cardi B.
Yeah.
She's gonna be Cardi B. You hear that shit? Cardi B.
Wrapping it up.
Yeah. So That's what you're going to get.
Also, don't act like y'all. Don't act like y'all was saints, nigga. Y'all had juke joints and shit. Y'all was slow grinding and doing
that. Right. Now, the word John. The word John in Hebrew is Yohana. Yohana. The word Benjamin is Bayam. These names can be translated. Actually transliterated. Okay? Jacob is Yakub. Okay, they can, we can transliterate these names. Nathaniel, Netanyahu, the prime minister right now in Israel, his name is Netanyahu. That's Nathaniel. We can translate it.
Well, I mean, we can even just show the evolution of the map, like I was talking to JJ about. I mean, we can just show the evolution of the map and how it changed so many fucking times through all these social constructs.
Right.
Remember they had Negro land all over fucking Africa, all over the top of Africa, right around the Sahara and all that shit right there.
Negro ain't no different from nigga. It's the same word.
At one time, and it got smaller than another. Ethiopia went all the way across the whole of motherfucking Africa at one time.
That's right.
Upper and lower Ethiopia, or Ethiopia Major and Ethiopia Minor, and it went all the way across motherfucking Africa. So we have to talk about at what time period we're talking about, because Ethiopia wasn't Ethiopia.
It was Ethiopia.
It was
and then it became
it was Kush in the time of Kush.
It was
Kush in the days of Kush.
Right.
And Ham had the upper part up in Egypt and all of that.
Right.
Like I said. So you want to go back to the exception? Was Africa during the time of Kush? Hell no. Was America during the time of Ham? Hell no.
Right.
Look at the evolution of the map, and it'll just give you a direct line of how they naming these places. And these is man-made. These are men giving the names to these places.
Right. Yasa, to your answer, Canaanite or Phoenician, they are very similar. You can barely tell that they're not exact. There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. There are about 26 letters in the Canaanite alphabet. There are about 36 letters in the Phoenician alphabet. But they are very similar because they shared borders. The same as Spanish, Italian, and French. They are very similar because they shared borders. Any language that shared borders. Why do you think the word beef is in? Do you know the word beef is German? Actually, it's high German. It's not even low class German. It's high. The word rodeo is Spanish origin. See?
Yep, and France was Gaul at one time.
Right. The word tobacco, do you know where that comes from? Africa. The word tobacco. The plant comes from Africa. It was imported to America. The stupidity of people.
England was well known for chocolate, but we know that the chocolate comes from Africa too.
Right. Frankly, England, the people of England and the Britain of Britain are two different people sharing the same community. The Britannians are different from the English. The Saxons are different from the English.
That's what Johann.
But they shared the same boundaries.
Yeah. That's what Johann Frederick Blumenbach said about, most of the, the northern European countries. But he stopped like right around Georgia.
Right.
That's in Russia. And
right.
Made a distinction that, those whites that were, below them were lower class. So, like I said, that was Johann Frederick Blumenbach, and he was the one who created the class system, put the whites on top and put us on the bottom. Everything else in the middle. He separated us into 5 different fucking races. And he was also the one who started that fucking, if not the one of the first ones to start with that skull bullshit. Measuring of skulls.
Yusapa, look up the word abayath. Look up the word abayath. Okay? If that'll help you. I-B-A-R-Y-A-T-H.
It was a good stream tonight.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate y'all, brothers. Appreciate Karima, everybody that was on the panel. I'm gonna get ready to fall off.
Put together for you a little bit better at the end there, brother.
Right.
I kind of dragged it out, but I was looking for a reaction doing it that way because, like I said, cognitive dissonance.
No, you did good, bro. And my apologies, man. I wasn't trying to, do nothing like I talked to Apostle. We will be talking, in the near future.
Right. Yes, sir.
I got your number. I probably hit you in a little bit just so you get my number. But man, ain't no disrespect, IBM. Ain't no disrespect, brother, man. Much love to you, brother.
No, we will
I know it was a long night for everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Iron sharpens iron, man.
Yeah. Much love, man. Karima held it down. Like I always say, man, Karima hands down, man. She the
best, man.
Man, she the best, hands down.
Yeah, that's it. No, thank you, Karima, because
Yeah. I want Karima to know that because I don't come on here that much. JJ, he hit me. He hit me. He was like, man, jump on the panel. Apostle them, they on there. And I ain't want to come off like that. You know what I'm saying? Earlier, I didn't. That's not my spirit.
I just thought you got a call from Chief X to help him out a little bit. That's all. It's all
no, that's not my spirit. That's not even in my spirit. That's not even in my spirit.
Say it ain't so.
You get a call from Chief X or not?
I'm telling you, Apostle. I told you earlier.
I believe you. You say you
I told you earlier. I'm telling you, people they looking for you, bro. They looking for you. They like, man, where Apostle been at?
Yeah. Apostle got to do what he got to do, man.
Yeah.
I've been taking care of business, man. Securing my land and dogs and all kind of stuff, man. I'm serious about this thing, man.
Yeah, you know what kind of calmed me down with even listening to you already know the other page everybody go to.
Right.
But man, I heard you one day say, man, I'm falling back.
Right.
I heard Apostle say that. Yep. I said I had to take a look at myself.
Right.
I said, damn, let me fall back. And I seen how JJ fall you know, how he feel back. You know what I'm saying? FOP.
They did it before I did it.
Yeah, just fall back.
I had a scheme to what I was doing. JJ knew what I was doing. He didn't know what I was doing, but it got to the point it ain't even worth that. You know, because when you blame the Most High, when you excusing people like Polite's behavior and blaming the Most High, it's time for me to shut you down.
And then you know what got me is when once they start talking about the grape. I
Right.
say the
That's what I'm
grape.
talking about.
Yeah, the grape doctrine.
Right.
I said, man, is y'all crazy?
And on that, right after I did my little thing where I said there was ancient rules for an ancient people, I heard somebody else say, I ain't gonna say no names, but it was on that show that you're talking about. And yeah, they happen to come out and use that same. Oh, these are ancient rules for an ancient time. And I'm like, well, you said the whole time that it was okay.
Yeah, I'm sitting up here. I'm sitting up here thinking. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. If this is my daughter or my niece or my aunties, how can I sit up here and be on this? I listen in the clouds, but I say, how can y'all even try to justify this?
Hold on for a minute, E. Hold on for a minute.
Yeah. Go.
I got a brother, Yasapa Samora, saying, peace to the lion's den up in ruins. What are you wishing bad? Are you cursing the lion's den?
You know one thing about it. You know one thing about it. I know.
A charge out of you, Apostle.
Yeah, I mean, is he cursing the lion's den?
You know one thing about it though, Apostle. The one thing that I like about this.
He's saying up and running.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Yasapa.
No, you know.
I misunderstood.
The one thing about it, Apostle, is that all you got to do is just stand strong, stay on your square. Karima, the same thing. IBM. I know we may argue, back and forth, but the one thing I do like about IBM, he stand on his square. You know what I'm saying, like a man. You know what I'm saying? He stand on his square like a man. You know, like I say, I hate and I don't want to keep reiterating it, but man, it ain't never no hate with me, bro. It ain't never no hate. Man, you did your thing tonight, brother.
Well,
You did your thing.
You know, and like I said, I appreciate Kareem and JJ and, God first, though. You know, he comes first. And then, I'd like to thank Lions Den, Apostle Kareem, and all them for putting up with me because I'm a dinosaur and don't know how to work the technology. But, I mean, this is some more stuff that we got. And, like I said, I really don't care because, see, now it's on tape. It's on video. It's on YouTube. So when I have these arguments, that's all I got to do is point them back to the presentation that I was allowed to do that I wasn't allowed to do when I was, over there with Boss, because you had so many people trying to be smart, but they didn't know what the hell I was talking about, man. And that's sickening. When you come into a room and you start talking, telling people about stuff, they won't pull it up and look. And they start arguing with you, not knowing anything about the subject. What's up, Marquise?
Yeah, they're saying wrap it up there, bro.
Yeah, I'm done. Y'all was the ones talking. Don't blame me now. No, but yeah, I appreciate you, Karima, and E, and Apostle, and everybody else that came up on the panel. Thank God, and thank God for y'all. And y'all keep your head high and your grass low.
Yeah.
And stop lying to our people, man.
Yeah. You know how I go, brother. We good, man. We good. Love you, brother. You know that. We good.
Anytime anybody wants to come on here, I'm gonna fight for you. And I'm gonna gain your respect because that's how I am. You know what I mean? If they got an issue with you, It don't matter who it is. You come on here and it's your show, I got your back. Period, point blank. You know. So.
Yeah.
That's family right there. See, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, that's what y'all doing different. That's why y'all gonna rise. You know, God's gonna bless y'all because, like I said, y'all giving everybody a voice. And even dealing with my, you know, my technical difficulties and all that. That's why I say you and JJ and the whole line then. I appreciate all of y'all, but you and JJ the most because y'all, you know, Apostle was the second person that gave me a chance. So we gotta say Apostle too, because he was the second person who allowed me. I got a couple videos over there on Apostle's channel. You know, subscribe to Apostle's Aquarius channel, and you know, if you over there, hit the Cash App here, because you know they allowing people to tell the truth, man. And that's the one thing that you know most of these communities don't want is the truth, because you're going to go against their shit, and it's going to go against their stuff so bad that they're going to have to change up their narrative. Because I already heard, like I told Apostle, I already heard him talking about the four-legged mammal. Nigga never said that before in his life. How a four-legged mammal ran and jumped into the water and become a fucking whale. Y'all remember I said that in my presentation? I heard the nigga say it the other day. They watching me. They using my shit. When you did wrong, when I tell you, he says that we don't come from monkeys.
Who you talking about?
Who can them say that all the time, right? They used to say that we didn't. Oh, Darwin never said that. Well, like I said, Darwin said, "Wilf, however well behaved man, is but a monkey shaved." And now your boy is, well, Darwin was wrong. Y'all know how long this nigga's been bigging up Darwin, but when you come on with the truth that you can't debunk, the nigga has to change his narrative, and that's what they don't want to do. They want to keep on pushing the propaganda for their masters, these fucking colonizers, these scientific racism, these schools that are going against our kids, you know, and disproportionately putting them in time out or getting them in trouble, you know, or kicking them out of school, getting them suspended, getting them sent to the prison. Because they're putting out, well, he did this and he did that and he talked back, and you know, and for a white guy it might not be bad, but for black and Mexican kids, you better watch out, because your ass might be going to jail next.
Exactly.
They can make up some other lie and say that you was a part of some shit that you wasn't. You know, we know how it is. We know how shit goes. I'm 54 years old, man. I've seen all this shit, so it ain't no surprise to me.
Yeah, I'm about to be 45 on Friday.
You know, so this shit ain't surprising. It ain't nothing new. This has all been done before. Like I said, well, we keep on going with the bullshit, following the propaganda, and falling into the traps like the recession and depressions. They've happened before in our society and in other societies. They had depression back in the 1800s because the banks took over and was, you know, manipulating the system and, you know, drawing out the American public, making money hand over foot in the depression, just like they doing right now in this recession. Bill Gates, look how much Bill Gates made in this recession and all this shit. Look up all these different, you know, billionaires and how much they made during this time of recession. Right. And anytime you have recession, depression, you need war too. That's why we jumped into this war, because every time you have a recession or depression, you have war. I'm going way off the topic, but I love y'all. Like I said, keep your grass high.
Yep.
Keep your head high and your grass low, and stop fucking with the people.
Yeah. Karima?
Right here.
Okay, but my cousin's name is Simone Greggs.
Mm-hmm.
So look out for her. She'll be giving you a call. Okay?
All right.
I'm gonna
Hey, Apostle, I'm gonna give you a call in a minute.
So she can give you a call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey, Apostle, I'm gonna give you a call in a minute, so you have my number.
All right, brother. Go ahead and call it.
Nice.
All right.
And
love y'all.
leave the number. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Chat. Thanks for tuning in. Love you.
All right, love y'all.